in the form of Percival versus Ryung. We're getting into it as we speak. Hello, everybody. I do promise that I am, in fact, here. Hello. And, yeah, we're ready to just go in-game. So we're going to go in-game. I need to reset my stream elements while I'm going in-game. So give me 1 second, and then we'll start observing. We'll get this ready to kick off. Thank you for your little bit of patience. WardiTV on the 104-month resub to start the day off as well. Incredible stuff. Dedication is real. Reset that. Click it away. And we can go in-game. Let's do it. Let's cast some StarCraft 2. I'm going to start off in the top right corner of the map with the blue Terran player. This is going to be Percival to open up our matches today. He is going to be playing against, in 1 second, I get the health bars on properly. He's going to be playing against the red Terran. In the bottom left-hand side, it is going to be Ryung, as we get this all up and wandering into position and up and rolling and all the rest of it, and yada, yada, yada. Just excited to get some games underway, to be honest. Should be a good time for us as we drop a little refinery down, get that underway pretty quickly, and we'll see where this TVT wants to take us. Recap of the Korean Royale so far for these guys. Well, first of all, Percival hasn't played. And another of the players we're going to see today, Zoun, later on, hasn't played either. The other two players we see today are NightMare and Ryung. NightMare being 1-1 coming into these matches today, and then Ryung is 1-2. He played so well last time, including a win over Cure. He will be done by the end of the day. By the end of the day, Ryung's games in the Korean Royale will be finished. At least for the group stages. Obviously, if he makes playoffs, then he does in fact continue. I do think this match becomes very important here, because if Ryung wins this, then he's got the coveted 2 wins. And in a group where only 2 players get eliminated, if you have 2 wins, at the very least, the worst case scenario is you're eliminated on a tiebreaker, I'm pretty sure. But Ryung, 2 over Cure was nice, and he went 0-2 against the Zergs, who are arguably the strongest players in this group as well, so I'd say he's in a pretty okay position if it came down to tiebreakers, if it got to that kind of a point. So I'm not necessarily really hating this right now for Ryung, his position in this group. I actually kind of like it. But this match is important, like I say, and obviously for Percival, it's a great opportunity for him to arguably have one of the easier opponents to start off the group. But the problem is, obviously, is that Ryung's still pretty dunk in the TVT. I'm calling him an easier opponent, but that's... I mean, yes, he is an easier opponent comparative to the group, but that doesn't mean he's an easy opponent, right? You know, relatively, he's easier, but Ryung is absolutely a beast, and especially in the TVT matchup, you know the man can bring some firepower, so that's definitely going to be something to think on. Let's just have ourselves the reactor going to be made space for here, and we are going to swap ourselves a little cheeky move over there and get that underway. So a couple of Hellions will start up already, get that up and running. I'm just going to be seeing the starport orbital and everything else coming through as we speak, so bringing a lot of this up and online as we get started. Again, starport coming online from both orbitals on the way. It pretty much just mirrored build orders, obviously, to start us off here as the refinery does come through, so it's going to get that going in the low ground. So our third gas coming in very quickly from Ryung. That's not super surprising. Triple gas in order to afford the Ravens and everything is a pretty standard kind of go-to. There is the reason that it's looking different is because you're going to see Hellions from Percival, whereas it's a Cyclone from Ryung. So there's a little bit of a difference now in what add-ons were built and what they're trying to build out of this. The Hellions, I feel like short-term, are going to be very good defensively. The Cyclone has a little bit more longevity in it. What I don't love is these Hellions with no kind of like dropping potential, because then it's just like, you've got 4 Hellions and that's nice, but what are they going to end up doing? Bunkers up, you can't really run by, you're just going to take too much damage. Hellions aren't tanky enough, so yeah, you're very safe, but in this case, being very safe is not necessarily going to net much for you. Percival getting his own third gas, and you do see the Hyperflight Rotors on the Banshees coming up from Ryung, and you wonder if he's going to maybe stay at a very kind of aggressive point and maybe even throws that 4th gas down and plays into mech as well. That obviously is a possibility with the way that things currently set up, so a few chances to see where we're taking this one, as the few Hellions will spread out. And yeah, Hyperflight Rotors on the way, Cyclone Banshee all in production, a couple of SCVs and Command Center coming down as well. Yes, hello everyone in the chat, hope you're doing well, as a Raven actually flies in, so I thought we were going to have a moment to talk, but we're not, because the Hellions are in on the natural too, so they do run by. Not a lot nearby to deal with them initially. 5 SCVs going down as the Banshee does okay. Sorry, the Order Turret, sorry, the Raven does okay. It was an okay attack, right? We get some damage out of this, and this was pretty mirrored up until now, so Percival will take a slight lead from that. Nice. But yeah, hello everyone, how you doing? What's up, Unknown on the YouTube? Thanks for the entertainment. No worries. Thank you so much for watching on the YouTube as well. We'll appreciate it. Good morning to you, Nanoflower, as well on the Twitch channel. And hope everyone, like I say, is doing great, doing okay, and ready for some more StarCraft 2 in today. You do see that Hyperflight rotors are going to finish already. The Interference Matrix still building up as well. And that Raven coming out over the front. And like I say, just getting that gathered together. So the Ravens will get back in general and just focus on gathering energy for future uses, I would imagine. As that Stimpak starts from Ryung, so I was asking about, hey, maybe are we going to see the, Hyperflight rotors, a bit of a play into mech and just keeping the Banshee count going as part of that? But no, he's going to play into bio, he's going to play into that Stimpak. You see the Banshees here from Ryung catching a little bit right there. And you see this scan from Percival, it just faded away, but he's basically scanning for two things, right? I think he already maybe knew about the third CC with the Raven flying through, but he's looking to confirm the the follow-up here. And seeing that the tech lab is going on the barracks, that's very unlikely to be a fake based on a random scan timing. So yeah, he gets a pretty good read that this is going to be bio instead of mech, and that is kind of exactly what he's looking for. That kind of level of information goes a long, long way for you, so yeah, that's a pretty major positive as these couple of Hellions going to work their way over to the far left-hand side. There's still a couple of Vikings moving around as well. They also try and see if they can do anything as the tank of Vikings Cyclone army together. Again, from Ryung just getting set up, and honestly, overall, I'd say looking pretty comfortable here for now. See a couple of Hellions going to end up going the other direction. Stimpak from both sides. Tanks on the way up, the Vikings building, the Banshee's still on the move. And that Viking already doing some damage, hitting the Banshee just a little bit right there. So a little bit of damage being done. We've got the double barracks coming up from Ryung as well. So all of that continues to come through as we are pushing straight across the map now. So on that journey to the bottom left, Percival then aggressive. Again, he was the one to get a little bit of damage done in this game. So understandable that he maybe feels like he can find something out of this right now. That's exactly what he's going to be trying to do as everything gathers up. Again, good amount of units in the sky. Going to get the SCV at the front. We are going to see the Vikings stepping forward. The Banshees have to step away. Auto turret down. We are going to see the Ravens dropping all of the Matrixes. They have no Matrixes in return because Ryung chose to not play a Raven style. And he's pulling SCVs into this to try and survive. And boy, does he need to. There is so much left alive at the end of this. The Vikings didn't even need to land as well, which I think is kind of a statement. The fact they're still up in the sky at the end of the fight is just like, oh, I was this comfortable about where things were going. And you're like, oh, you were that comfortable about where things were going. That is absolutely terrible news for me. And hence the GG and the very fast game 1 victory going the way of Percival. It got a bit of damage done early, and I think the main thing to take away from this is that Ryung just didn't get enough done himself, right? Like, he invested into Hyperflight Rotor Banshees, and we never really saw them hitting mineral lines or doing damage or holding Percival back. That investment did not go far enough, and without that doing more, yeah, you're going to have a disadvantage in the fight because your opponent has been building useful units for the future. Not only was he the one to get some damage done, but his Raven got out alive, and you're going to be able to utilize that Raven energy for future attack. Massive first win of the day here from Percival. Like I say, this is a very important group for him. So, a very important game of the group for him. Obviously, the group's very important because if you don't do well in the group, you're just out. But yeah, this is a very important one in the overall group because of what I've mentioned before, just the idea that Ryung is maybe one of the easier opponents. Definitely not a walkover by any stretch of the imagination, and that's why it's so nice to get this win. Like, Ryung beat Kua. So if you beat Ryung, you are naturally giving yourself a 1-up. That's a matchup you can win where other players have already fallen. It's absolutely 100% a way in which this gets a little bit messy and nasty. So things to think on as we get ready for Ruby Rock, game number 2 of this best of 3. Let's get this ready to rumble as we head on out into the second game. In the bottom right-hand corner, it is going to be the blue Terran player. This is going to be Percival. Taking on in the top left side, it is going to be our red Terran player from Vitality. It is Ryung. Alright, so we take a couple moments here, we'll get settled down, see where things are going to go, and figure ourselves out a chance to make some sense of, like I say, what the players would like to do here. Game number 2, best of 3. Percival leading 1-0 over Ryung. again, we know Ryung's TVT can be very, very good, so I'm not really concerned. The fact he lost game 1, I think clearly his style didn't quite work. He was doing something a bit quirky. I actually think Ryung doesn't necessarily need to play like that either. I think Ryung's TVT is solid enough he can absolutely just play straight up if he would like to, so it does feel like that's a something of a possibility to think on as well. Anyways, barracks coming up on both sides of the map, so getting those going. And just having the SCVs coming through too. So SCVs, the barracks, all coming about for now. As we continue to settle into place. The Reaper will start, the depot goes down. And we'll just get ourselves again rolling in a few moments' time. With some Reaper play. But not too much of it. Obviously, you can start looking at where the builds are going, and you can see factory from both players. They're going to mirror each other on the factory before expansions. And that means they're both kind of set up a little bit more aggressively, so both going to have a little bit more of a chance to make some things happen there, if required and as needed. Another factory coming through, and the Reaper's on the way. SCV's building. Going to see the Reaper already heading down to the bottom right-hand side, so that's going to go journeying straight across for a couple of moments. So Reaper on a little bit of a trip over. And yeah, a couple of shots going down, nothing too crazy, nothing really wild. See that factory still coming about as well, as we have the command center building in the natural expansion. So CC in the natural, Reaper returns home. Both players are building the CC on the natural. Again, we talked about a mirrored build order. It has been mirrored up until now. Tech Lab from Percival, where Ryung will go for an additional Reaper still. So there's going to be a 1 Reaper advantage for Ryung. That will be about it. Guys, I'm just going to have to BRB 1 second because I'm home alone, and the door is about to go, I think, because Ellie's barking, so I'll be back in 2 secs. Adjustment on that plan. I'm going to be here right now, but in a minute or two, the door will probably go, and then I will have to BRB. So, don't mind me for a moment, but yeah, kind of just waiting for the door to go, because the postman is stood in the middle of the street, so any second, he'll decide to come to the door. Sally's already barking, so I thought he was already walking up. What's up, Ryung? Thank you so much for the 21-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Following this Reaper Hellion, but there's not too much else going on. A couple of Reapers and a Cyclone coming through. I do apologize when I have to nip BRB, guys. There's no one else in the game today, so we're just gonna have to follow on a unit and just hope that I get downstairs and back upstairs speedily. As the Reaper Hellion just gathers back to the center. And yeah, Raven on the way. Banshee tank coming over. Dogs always know. Ellie doesn't have some sixth sense. She just barks at any movement outside of the window, which is a lot. So it seems like she always knows, but in reality, she just always barks. You know? Oh, she's barking more desperately now, though, so that might be a sign. Alright, I'll be Bobby. No, she's just barking desperately because there's now 2 delivery drivers outside, so it's twice the excitement. God damn it. I'm trying to predict when I have to go downstairs. I should just wait for the door to go. Like, I'm trying to preempt with the doggy. Yeah, okay. Alright. So we are going to be seeing our units going to be moving about for a couple of seconds. Putting in a little bit of pressure at the front. We do see the Reaper Cyclone going to be stepping forward there as well. A couple of grenades going down. Those Marines going to take some damage. Obviously, we're across the map as well. I was kind of expecting the across the map to potentially have some more potential too, as all of our units gather in for the moment. Siege tank, Raven, and now I actually do have to go downstairs. Let's follow these units. I'll be right back. Alrighty guys, apologies. Where are we at? Where are we at? What are we doing? Try to get back on track a second. Looks like I'm going to be there. Banshee's going to get turned away. It's going to be seeing everything else. Moving around. And we get over all of that barking. Just like that. See, you really didn't have to bark that much, Ellie. She's here now. She's like, didn't I do a good job? I'm like, yeah, baby. You bark at everything. You can't ever do a bad job of barking. Alright, couple of Vikings. We're going to be getting caught up in a fight for a couple of moments, which is a little nasty. The rest of this army in the center joining together. The Ravens trying to get involved. Percival just stepping forward as Ryung's trying to be in the middle of the map. And Percival just trying to, you know, stop him from kind of getting back towards his base. Now, there is going to be the tank siege on the high ground. That's going to do a lot of work. Obviously, Ryung is the one in the precarious position because Percival is right across here on the other side of the map. We are going to get the fly-in. We are going to hit the matrixes. And then we come in from the other side, and this is where we look to just clean up everything. And Ryung is getting it done with stim available too. All of those Marines are putting in value. That tank gets one shot off, and that will be all they rode for this army of Percival. And that's a beautiful defense from Ryung to take himself back into this game. Now, still in some trouble because he's actually down 13 workers, and he has an army supply lead. I don't know if this is the army he feels confident going across the map in. He's in that kind of position where he might just have had, you know, he might just kind of have to try and counterattack a little, especially with the medevacs now out. You may just not have any choice in this, so yeah, we do have the orbital obviously landing on the third base from Ryung, so he can try and play catch up on the economy, but really long term, that part is not looking super pretty for him, if I'm going to be realistic, so that part's not looking ideal. Marine tank just going to come back over to the center. Just going to try to see the combat shield coming through, the armory on the way. So we're looking for 2-2. Ryung has the 1-1 upgrade, but the armory being a bit late takes away some of that 2-2 timing window advantage. So a little bit of a shame, but hey, right now he's got himself the 1-1 advantage. So maybe he can make something happen in these next moments as we come through and as we get into position. Tank siege on the low ground. Actually, good position. The Marines can't reach it there, so they're going to start taking some shots. And hey, access into the natural. Oh my goodness, Percival's going to have a similar position to have to deal with, where Ryung is very well set up. Especially with the tanks covering the distance between natural and third base, it's so difficult to then move between those different positions. We do get rid of the medevacs there. The Marines don't realize there's a tank sieging on the ramp. Otherwise, they would have gladly gotten rid of it. 17 SCVs going down. We're going to go for the tanks over here. Reinforcements showing up. But now we're just going to have access onto the third. We're going to land the Vikings. SCVs pulling into those Marines, and that works out as well for a little bit of time being bored. But those tanks in the back are still there from Ryung. So this was, yes, a great position here, but a layered defense as Ryung takes game 2, and we tie up 1-1 in the best of 3, just like that. Cool. Alright, game 3 coming up, guys. I just got a letter, so I was just reading it because it was from the hospital. Making sure I'm not doomed. Always good. Alright, give me a second. My headphones are being crappy today. Let me untangle them. One sec. Sick. Alright, we're going into Tourmaline. Let's get this going. Game number 3. Ryung asked for a minute, but that was already 30 seconds ago. Looks like he's ready now. And it looks like our TVT getting to this game 3 will be underway in just a couple of moments. Kicking this off and getting that on the roll. And let's see what we're going to do as we jump our way into this one. Tourmaline. Alright, obviously, if you haven't realized already, we're playing on the new maps, which is very exciting. So these are the new ladder maps. Obviously, we've been using a little bit of an edited map pool ourselves lately. Yeah, I was super impressed. I said this the other day, but these maps have hit the ladder way more quickly than I thought they were going to. I thought these maps were going to be probably at least another month away, but they are here already. I absolutely love that. You know what I love even more is they actually updated when you host a game. If you have Blizzard maps or ladder maps selected, it only shows the ladder maps. But the last 2 seasons, they haven't removed any of the old maps from that list or from that tag, I guess. And because of that, it's just becoming a longer and longer list of, like, you actually have to scroll down to find current maps, and it just takes a little bit longer to host. It's a little bit less inconvenient. Like, it's a very minor thing. But when you host a lot of games every single day, like, it adds up, you know? And they fixed it! They freaking removed all the old maps from the ladder maps this time. So now, actually, we only have the 9 maps that are ladder maps, and they're all in a row, and it's easy to host, and oh, it's just so nice. You know what, like, I resigned myself to the fact that this was just going to get worse and worse, and I was just going to have to be a big boy and get over it and do the couple of extra clicks in the scroll if I had to, you know, and all of this and that, but you know what, I'm just so happy it's fixed and I don't have to do all of that. That's even better news, so hell yeah. Percival top right and Ryung bottom left here on Tourmaline. Obviously, a lot of these maps you'll remember from the Team Liquid map contest as well. From just about a month ago as well. Wow, it really wasn't that long ago, the TLMC, like a month and a bit. So, yeah, Tourmaline was an interesting one because you can see on the SCV scouting pathway here, it's basically a straight line natural to natural. So it's very aggressive natural to natural, and you have those kind of forward expansions which make things interesting, especially for Terrans who like to expand forward as well. But in the grand scheme of things, most importantly, the rest of the base is laid out quite nicely. So you only expand towards your opponent if you really want to, but it is that kind of baseline level of rush ability that's going to be a factor as well. So, kind of fun. Let's just do some nibbles from the SCVs early on. It's always fantastic when a small annoyance unexpectedly gets fixed. Yes, you know what it is? That's exactly true. Yeah. Especially a small annoyance which comes up every 10 minutes in your life. Literally every time I host a map over the last like few months, I've been like, oh. And it isn't even that bad right now. I just knew it was going to get worse. I think that was the underlying, like, oh man, it's going to get real bad soon. Oh, that Reaper is going to get the jump from Ryung, so he's going to get in position here. That Reaper taking shots, going the other way. And we are going to be seeing the Reaper just about chased out of there. So Reaper gets pushed back. Just going to see the other Reaper showing up on the other side, and ooh, I mean, to be fair, I thought that Reaper with Percival was going down, but it survives. That Reaper survives. And we just move back through, the couple of Reapers stepping over. The Hellion will come into position as well. Yeah, the Reaper Hellion coming about. Starport on the way on both sides. Command center's coming up. We're just going to be seeing our couple of units heading down toward the bottom left. So just going to try and see what else is going on here. Let's just have everything gathering in for a few moments. Reapers and the Hellion will spread. Let's just have the chance to step forward a little bit once again. So, trying to see what else is going on here. Just pushing towards the natural. Reaper Hellion going to be in position straight away. And yeah, Starport continuing to come through for the moment as we just have the units continue to move about. And again, reassessing where they want to be. Maybe what they want to try and do over these next few moments. To see the Reapers hopping up to the high ground. Going to get in after a couple of SCVs. So looking for some damage there immediately as the other Reapers step across. You got a couple workers though. Percival gets a couple kills and then able to move on with things for the moment. Raven and Interference Matrix both building by. And those couple of mules dropping into the natural expansion as well. So bring that straight in. Again, those SCVs gathering. Marines joining up. Everything getting close together right now. Units move about. It's going to be seeing a little bit of skirmishing. I don't think anyone really wants to commit. You know, the defender's kind of just like, no, I just want to, you know, if I turn you around, then it's fine. I don't really want to commit in because I'm happy just sitting here. And obviously Percival doesn't really have the unit count to go attacking into that, so it doesn't really get very far as the rest of the units all coming across the other side. The Cyclone's going to try and step through as well. We are going to see some trades going off for a couple of moments, so a bit of damage being done. The unit's getting turned the other way. The Raven coming up on both sides of the map. The Interference Matrix going to be a part of this as well in the near future. And again, a couple Marines, that Siege Tank coming through. The Starport going to be a part of this, building along right now. And yeah, it's a lot of units up the top side of the map here trying to come across. And as well, still keeping the pressure on. Like I say, it's a short rush distance, so you get across this map very quickly. Cyclones with some good lock-ons there. Going to get a couple kills. Going to lose a Hellion in return. And again, that's kind of where we're at. Just kind of trading out a unit here and a unit there right now. That's pretty much the summary of what is going on at this moment. Well, Vikings tanking the Marine then all on the way through. Still got the rest of these units still stepping forward as well. What are we going to plan right here? Another Raven pulling back toward everything else. A couple of Ravens going toward the main base. Starport going to swap over to the reactor. We dropped an auto turret in and a couple of SCVs start to fall, so some damage being done. Now we're going to have the rest of these units coming about. Just going to start dealing some damage, stealing some hits. Using the auto turrets for Ryung, but he is actually down a bit on supply, losing a few SCVs still, so it does feel like overall Percival is maybe getting into a better position out of all of this right now. Percival also getting away from this fight without losing too much, so preserving the siege tanks, for example, is a really big positive, so I think that's a very cool addition as well. As the stim pack and the siege tank both coming through, adding on the command center and a couple of additional SCVs also, and still just seeing more of this army stepping across right now. A little siege tank fire. Cyclone taking some damage. Raven will go down, so the Raven will fall. I mean, it's nice to get rid of the Raven, right? It's such a useful unit in the TVT. Any less Raven casts you have to go up against, the better. As Ryung just continues to be the defender in this scenario. He's set to basically defend his third already, so you can float that over as needed, which is good. You see the third base of Percival being built on location, so that's one of the advantages he's trying to take. But it is from a delayed third compared to his opponent, so yeah, it being on location just helps him play a little bit of catch-up there, take away the 15-20 second float time, and then it's just 15 or 20 seconds you essentially catch up on having that base and building SCVs off of it. Nice little siege from the Liberator. I'm just going to be seeing the Vikings still gathering. Sorry, I'm just sneezing. Always convenient when you cast. I honestly, I get like all the things when I cast. I hiccup, I sneeze. It's like the hard mode version of casting, you know. Casting hard version. Percival's running away with this, man. The air control is the big deal, and the Liberator is doing a lot to help break forward as well. And Ryung's just getting pushed and pushed further and further back, but taking losses while doing so is not exactly pretty. And like, he just needs to deal with this Liberator at the end of the day. He's going to try and lift these Vikings to fight it down, but then the other Vikings are going to come across. Then you're going to lose your Vikings. But hey, he did get rid of the Lib, only for another Liberator to show up and basically create the exact same issue. And now those tanks are going down, so I think this one has slipped away from Ryung. I do not think he's going to be able to stabilize himself here. I think he is, in fact, going to be done for. Because, yeah, that air control is looking like something he's just not breaking out of anytime soon. He's got a slightly faster combat shield, but no 1-1 on the way. I mean, does he have that many Marines? He has 15, so he does have a Marine count. You can see them in the medevacs now thinking about maybe how they can get involved, but this setup's just too deep, right? It's too well spread, it's too well teched, it's multiple tanks, the Liberator. The Vikings are an issue as well. The medevacs can't fly in because of the Vikings. They're now dead. There's not really a good response here. It's the TLDR. Like, there's no good answer for Ryung because Percival is just that well set up. And the few answers he has just do not really match up to what Percival has in comparison. So, yeah. 1-1 combat shield all coming through. We can bring that up. The Vikings and Marines still continue to come on in. Killing the Vikings down. A couple of tanks going to be getting some damage dealt there. So a few shots going off immediately. But yeah, I think this is definitely looking as though we are having ourselves a Percival victory. And like I said, that's absolutely huge for Percival in this group. But it is bad news for Ryung, who's going to be one step closer to elimination following this. He's going to try and save his day right now by pulling the SCVs. But it's looking very unlikely as everything is getting crushed on down. GG gets called and Ryung taps to give Percival the 2-1 victory. A well fought out TVT, but just not enough strength there from Ryung in the end. Because that is going to be GG. Apparently, I didn't realize we're going to do all three of Percival's matchups here first, guys. So it's going to be NightMare versus Percival up next. So we're going to get that underway. And that will be coming through in just a couple of moments. Perfecto. So we'll get that on the roll here and continue this setup. Alright, so NightMare Percival coming through. I will run some adverts and we can go from there. Cool. Good stuff. This is nuts. Absolutely unbelievable. That was such a good siege from Percival, man. Like, such a good position, so hard to break out of. Alright, we're gonna get NightMare and Percival vetoing, so 10,000 and Mothership gonna be the initial vetoes. Tido Citadel goes as well. Of course, like I say, new map pool, so we get to see all the new maps. Very exciting. Celestial Enclave. Well, if they don't veto them all. Celestial gets vetoed as well. Old Republic, we're really vetoing all the newer ones. We're vetoing all the ones I kind of wanted to see. I feel like we're about to see Tourmaline. Yeah, we're going to see like Tourmaline, Ruby Rock, and we're actually going to see the exact same three maps as what we just saw. Jeez. Jeez. Alright, let's get this going. Alright, just waiting for the first map pick here, guys, and we'll be off and away and kicking this in. Cool. Yeah, like I said, just a couple moments to kind of get this sorted out, guys. Hopefully get ready to roll very soon. A white rabbit. Then Ruby Rock. And then game 3? Whoa, no way. Game 3 on Tourmaline. Wow. Deja vu. Deja vu. Alright, let's throw the lobby link down. Get this ready to go. And it's just me today. Everyone else is casting all the other competitions. So, all good. Ready. And ready. Should get this going. Should really come out with the, you know, if you want to cast the Korean Royale, but then you ditch the Korean Royale to cast other tournaments, boom, you're banned from the Korean Royale. Yeah, because I love screwing over other StarCraft people. Wouldn't that just be silly? It's ridiculous, but I can imagine in some day and age someone would have done this. It makes no difference to me, obviously, if people cast my tournaments or not. I don't use anyone's viewership numbers for, you know, sponsors or anything, so it's whatever, but like, I bet someone along the way probably would have gotten mad about it. It's busy StarCraft day, man. Lots going on. Lots going on. It's not great because, yeah, it means our viewership is not great, and believe it or not, bad viewership does not bode well for making the money back to try and run more events, so it's a little bit sad that so much clashes, but such is life when so many people want to run StarCraft 2. Max Gas coming up and gets it to go in this TVP. Percival versus NightMare is going to be our new matchup here, as you can see already. At least I hope you can see. And yeah, I'm just going to be seeing the barracks coming through, getting that up and running, SUV on the way out, and a lot of that coming by for the early stages. This map's very good for Terran, quite rapid, I think. This forward base feels very good for Terran. I feel like Terrans, if they can take this base, have so much freedom to move around the map. So if you can take that base and then just move around comfortably, there's so much kind of positivity you can kind of just take away from it overall. So yeah, makes sense. Orbital Reaper coming through. Command center gonna build. We have ourselves the probes moving around a little bit. Gonna throw the assimilator down. Next is inside before building through. Pylon on the way up. When you're pushing, you can see the tank between the 4 maneuver patches and just cuts Protoss off. Yeah, I guess so. That's pretty sick. Go Terrans. Maybe Terrans will be balanced again. I know Terrans have had a tough time lately, man. Maybe we'll finally have a Terran patch. I've not seen a Terran win a game in years, guys. Sorry. Snap back into I was reading too many YouTube comments. All map makers are Terran players. Do you not just think it's more that most maps, like Terran is the best race at making maps, making more interesting map layouts kind of abusable? Like Terran just have the most abusable kind of positioning tools, right? And so any map that maps have to try and be interesting, otherwise they don't get picked, right? But then by being interesting, you create issues. Did I see sneak Cloud Kingdom into the map pool again? Which map looks like Cloud Kingdom? Celestial? I can't vision them very well outside of seeing them, but Blink and the Warp Gate coming through, robotics facility coming down, Siege Tank and a couple Marines are going to be in production, so get all of that on the way. SCVs being added on, and there are going to be a Reaper and a Hellion out about at the bottom side. Also trying to see a little bit more of what's happening here. The Debs are going to shade through, the Reaper Hellion will continue to move over. Let me just take a few moments as the Reaper actually hops into the main base, so we'll confirm Twilight Council is chrono boosting. Not really anything super crazy to confirm here, you get a pretty good bit of vision on that. Let's just see the Stalker going to come across the other way, and the Hellion will already be taking some chip damage as it runs into the natural. A couple more Stalkers going to finish up as well. Old Republic is like Cloud Kingdom, really? People really like Old Republic, though. I haven't heard of this because I guess I haven't really thought about it, to be honest. Reaper moves on through for a couple moments then, so a little bit of a journey across. And the Reaper just going to get into the center. Banshee Tank Marines all coming through. Engineering Bay and a couple of barracks will build. And we just have ourselves this push around the right-hand side. So Percival already looking for, at the very least, a little bit of aggression to get underway here. So looking for some opportunity. NightMare would rather take a pause, though. And take 1 second to get whatever the issue is sorted out. And hopefully get right back on track. No, I'm taking a drink.
Game resumed.
You can't just go so quickly when I'm mid-drink, god damn it. Ooh, that's a dead siege tank. That's 2 dead siege tanks. That is truly a disaster in the making. There's just a couple of workers coming up, going down over here from the Reaper, but that's really about it. That was obviously overall pretty darn disastrous. Really not what you're hoping for, and this is going to put us into a bit of a wild position right now, as you're going to be seeing those Stalkers coming underneath again after that Banshee. A few Marines getting chased back still. Now we're starting to lose some Stalkers at the very least. We've lost 6 to be fair, so this has not been a defense of nothing from Percival. So you get some value out of it. It just felt so bad initially, as you kind of come through and you kind of just come through at first and you just kind of push it in and all the rest of it. Alright, well, we settle down and we go to the next phase of this as the Siege Tank Combat Shield and Stimpak will continue through. These few Marines are going to turn around, knock down some rocks, open up a little bit more space. Storm and the Charge coming online, Probes on the High Templar in production, 5 additional gateways coming up as well. And those Stalkers go straight to the top side of the map. All those upgrades coming by. Like I say, the Bioforce will be ready soon, but so will the Protoss player, ready to have Storm very shortly. And so both players will be entering this next phase of the game in a pretty comfortable position. All those upgrades coming by. Again, that Storm coming through as well. Just seeing the scan coming about. As the Observer off to one side, the tank is playing defense against the Stalkers on the other. So again, just keeping everything away. Nothing really allowed to happen just yet. We sit back for the moment. Again, the Fusel's coming through. That scan is going to be for the Observer, so we get the Observer right there, taking that down. Two Stalkers peeling back away to the side. Medevac Marine tank coming through. The +1 attack upgrade coming up as well. Prism will take a journey out to the top right corner, so we're just going to make our way straight over there. And see if we can get some damage done. There's 2 High Templar in here as well, so this is not just like a Zealot drop. This is really looking to be able to storm and maybe hit the mineral line hard. Obviously, usually you typically hope to warp in after that and beyond that as well, so see how much of that becomes a reality here. As the Prism goes towards the top for the moment. The turret shoots, Prism goes the other way. Zealot Stalker regathering. Just back down to the bottom side for the moment, so again, getting in position on the right. Storm comes through, a couple of the Marines just splitting away already. Trying to stay clear and trying to stay safe for the moment. We do have additional Zealots joining to the center, and again, we'll continue to get to the top right-hand side. The SCVs go down, the Ghost and the Concussive Shells coming up. Students are ready to maybe possibly make their bid into this base over here, and in they go. Storm coming down hits a lot of the Marines. That's a lot of Zealots as well. Percival's supply is plummeting, and the tanks on the high ground will hold on a little bit and do a bit of damage, getting a few extra shots off. But overall, I mean, these Zealots have really dominated. We actually had a bit of fire from the top left side, actually going to be able to get through here, and but at the end of the day, NightMare actually loses a lot of units at the tail end. He really struggled to clean up those couple of tanks, and the shots that they got off did end up adding up a little. Bit of a crazy occurrence, though, overall. Did not expect it to quite look like that. And there's +2, +1 still coming through. The few Zealots retreating down to the south, escaping away over here for the moment. There's going to be another few warp-ins from NightMare coming in once again. Templar's gathering. Prism going to be right there. You can see the Medevac going to take the chance to go down the bottom left, so a little bit of a counter drop, and maybe Percival can find some damage. Hey, I actually thought Percival was dying in that last fight, but he is able to hold on. High Templar thinks about the Storm. The Marines just play dodge it, and just like that, the Storm is ineffective. We will have the lift up now and the repositioning as we go elsewhere. +2 attack on the way in, and Yeah, T1 upgrades coming through. The medevac there going to get poked and prodded. Marines inside of said medevac will take some damage. Some medevac escapes out. Zealot Stalker on the right side coming over too. I mean, NightMare's rebounded here with a very quick kind of build-up supply. He's retaken about a 20 worker lead, so getting back into a good spot. Let's see where we go overall, as we just have a little bit of this Protoss force already coming around that right-hand side. The Templars looking for some plays. They get the triple feedback. All three ghosts get their energy taken off of them. And suddenly there's no EMPs available, so that's a huge deal. That's the dream. All the ghosts just denied. HP gone, so it's going to drain medevac energy as well. Amazing. And the rest of the units still moving about. The Zealot's going to go up the top of the map right here, so they're going to make their move up and around the top side. +1 ship weapons, +2 weapons upgrade coming in as well. The medevac and the Viking all building. The starport and the SCVs coming through. A lot of units now gathering over on the left-hand side, and they get ready to make a push. Zealots will charge in. EMP goes down. Stalker's bleeding forward. Siege tank drops. A couple of medevacs are going to get jumped on as well. So you're seeing the bio continue to pull away as you just see those Zealots getting taken down still. Thermal lens and the +3 attack building too. Boss is going to shoot. Since tower goes down, the Zealot is going to get blasted by the planetary fortress. Again, up Marauders, the Ghost coming up. Just going to see that +3 attack upgrade still coming through here, but Percival is hanging on for the moment. That's the most important thing right now, that he is not falling down dead in this scenario. So keeping himself upright for the moment. And extra Marauders, Ghosts, and Marines going through. A bunch of additional Zealots just came by. Going to go attacking down the left now as well. EMP toward the back coming through. There's going to be seeing those Zealots still taking some hits. So the damage keeps adding up for the moment. Let's see one more Storm coming straight into place. So a couple more shots there. Just going to try and still again reassert dominance, just pushing forwards. NightMare wants to get in, he wants to deal damage, and he's getting a lot of units low HP. But right now he's not really following up with much. Those are the Storms that are going to help a lot, though. I was going to say that Colossus was almost like baiting a little bit. I was just going to be seeing that Storm still there. The Zealots are still dropping. Just going to be seeing our Vikings going straight after the Colossus right there, and the bio coming through. All of SCVs going down. As you're not going to be seeing this. Zealots are going to charge up. Ghost is going to be chased back. I mean, in the end, NightMare gets what he wants, which is the breakthrough. It felt like he was flirting with the ability to break through for a little while, and he just wasn't quite making the move, you know? But he got the commit in the end. He's just going to be seeing the Zealot Stalker. Just going to get over here. Up the CC down. And pull back over the side, so again we reset for a little bit of time. Let's see the Stalkers back over the right, Sense Tower going down. And after the Marauders, the Marines there, a couple of Vikings turning again, +2 armor on that engineering base still coming about. Our Stalker's going to get in after the Vikings and will be able to knock those down too. First of all, we'll say GG. Lost a little bit too much to really recover from this, is what it comes down to. I mean, honestly, kind of felt like we're, even toward the end, kind of within the realm of possibility where we might have been able to possibly kind of... If he just keeps the base alive, right, it feels so doable, right? It still feels like there's potential, you know? So, yeah. Alright, we will kick into another game shortly, guys. Game 2 here coming up between NightMare and Percival. Our second map is Ruby Rock, if I'm not mistaken. Get that underway. Beautiful. Hey, what's up, Mr. Frode? Thank you so much for the the 1 year resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks for keeping SC2 alive. No worries. Thank you so much for letting me do my part with the subs. Appreciate it. Honestly, it's the sub count is. I should really hide the sub count. I feel like it's been a negative feature of the stream the last couple of weeks. But yeah, appreciate the Prime sub. Thank you so much, mate. And onwards we shall go. I'll not talk about it. We don't have enough viewers to go ranting about things today, so we'll just move on with the world as we kick off into game number 3 of this game number 2 of this best of 3 series. As we have, obviously, like I say, NightMare taking that 1-0 lead. Did feel like multiple times he was going to break through and just get the win, and just ended up kind of taking a little bit longer than expected. A few more attempts than I thought it would. Oh, that's a Marvel Rivals little sound going on. TBD forever, hitting level 20 in Marvel Strike Force. Not Marvel Rivals, sorry, Marvel Strike Force. Yes, thank you so much. Talk a bit about that in a little bit as well. Actually, just at the start of this game, guys, most people are probably in ads, but we actually did do a YouTube sponsorship recently, and the video just went up last night for Anno 117. The kind of game which I think actually a lot of StarCraft people might like. It's kind of like a city planner builder management sim, but like honestly, like the resource management and stuff, like it has a lot of like StarCraft elements to it. Like, yeah, okay, it's not like the strategic like back and forth of an RTS, but there's a lot of the resource management and stuff going on. So yeah, it sounds cool to you. You can check out the most recent YouTube video or !Anno in the Twitch chat. Honestly, we never get YouTube sponsors. And when you see the viewership that this video has right now, you will see why. So yeah, give it a watch, leave it in the background or something even. Like, honestly, do anything, because it would be nice to make the sponsorship look a little bit more successful. And I actually do think a bunch of you guys would probably like the game, honestly. I really enjoyed it, at least, so we'll talk a bit more about that a bit later on as well. Just thought I'd mention that one quickly. Rope heading towards the upper left hand side, returning back to the top right there, and at least scouting reveals yeah, okay, we're not going to expand super quickly, but we are expanding. It's just a factory and then the expansion. As that factory swaps over to the reactor. Okay, Twilight Gun's on the way. I'm going to be starting up that blink upgrade. The starport is proxied, so looking for some damage over here. Let's see, the Adept is going to go down. Just going to see that going about. Just going to see the blink coming through. Warp Gate coming over. Obviously, this starport is going to be done shortly with the medevac popping, and then we'll see what these Hellions can do dropping in. We're going to build a pylon over to the edge. There is a possibility with the right drop location here that this is, you know, still a hidden drop. So yeah, going to drop in this top corner. Run through. Runs in the right direction as well, because now those probes have to run deeper into the main to get away, which is away from the natural and hence the defending units that would show up to deal with this. Hellions actually get caught for a couple of moments. Only 4 kills so far. They did not line up well. Like, you see all that energy on the battery? All that energy is probes that got hit but weren't all hit by Hellions at the same time, so that's just wasted shots. And obviously some of that is the splash damage as well, but I really feel like we didn't see a single kind of multi-kill shot. Maybe one shot killed 2 probes. But that was just not it. That was a really good defense from NightMare from, I actually think, a pretty weak position. I actually think he should have lost 8 to 9 workers there. Percival did not find the commitment and the connection that he was really needing to. And he gets 3 mines off of that first probe. He's going to get a Stalker off of this. Oh no, the Blink's done, sorry. So he does not get the Stalker off the mine. But now he dives into the natural, and this is not going to be good because now there's going to be even less defenses available there. 9 workers going down. The battery was out of reach of these workers on the left-hand side, and they were not the ones that pulled away, and hence 9 probes go down, and in the end, Percival gets the damage done that he's looking for. Like, don't get me wrong, at first I do not think he found enough, but at the end of the day, that's going to be 10 plus the 4 workers from earlier, so 14 probes. 14 is absolutely a number you can be very happy with and very content with. There's Liberator added 1, and it's going to stick around as a threat as well. And at the end of it all, Percival has done enough to keep himself alive and kicking and out, opportunistic right now in Game 2 of this best of 3. Few Stalkers blinking to the center, just going to get after the SCV there. Take that down, get rid of that already, as you just have the Temple Archives coming up, a couple of probes coming by. And Temple Archives coming through, adding on the gateway. It's going to be seeing 2 gates actually coming about, the Observer coming in. Just going to position the Liberator, going to relocate. And that storm coming through, the charge coming up. Just going to be seeing the Prism and the Nexus coming along as well. The Nexus put into place already, as we just have combat concussive shells and the +1 continuing to come on through. So again, a little bit of everything coming in there. You have the Liberator sieging up behind this natural and just going to get rid of a couple of additional workers. Still nice though, keeping the pressure up, and you can see the trouble NightMare is in supply-wise. Equal worker count never good for a Protoss, and then the army supply is actually looking great here from Percival. With this first push coming, there will at least be Storm defensively. So a defensive Storm is kind of the one thing we've got to rely on at the moment as NightMare. So how many High Templars do we have? We've got a couple. Problem is the tanks are going to create issues as well. It's going to create pressure quickly. Prism just flew off to the left-hand side a little bit. High Templars drop in. The Storms actually do a lot as we drop all 3, and they do hit the bio initially. My issue right now is just, do we have the numbers to kind of continue through after those Storms land? Biostims again, everything's low HP. The mine going to go off, the tanks get a little bit closer. So far, I've yet to really be involved because NightMare's done a good job of at least hanging back. Prism going to come in again. This actually might be a breakout, potentially. There's obviously going to be the Siege Tanks actually getting some shots in. Okay, reinforcing Bio Units kind of felt essential. We do have 1 Storm left available. We lose the Prism. All the tanks go down. We have a couple of Widow Mines that survive, but, well, not survive. A couple of Stalker shots there. There's Bio numbers still looking reasonable. Energy recharge. Splits from the Storm preemptively. That was very cute from Percival there, as he is probably going to get pushed back. And time to get out of there. Loses the lower HP medevac, but yeah, he gets out for the most part, which is probably the main thing, as NightMare is still chasing down the bottom right side. Larkin's going to go down too, so reinforcements again and doing their thing. Like, NightMare doesn't have a chasing kind of army right now. The only thing I will say for Percival, though, 3rd CC's not in position yet. So, 3rd not in a position, not even in orbital when he floats it over, so it's kind of missing that from where it maybe could have been. Just going to see those 2 medevacs are going to come boosting across and see where they want to go to. Again, the armor upgrade coming in, Marine Marauder medevac all building, adding a couple barracks to that as well. As you have those Stalkers still poised on the bottom portion of the map for the moment. Into the main base we go. Another High Templar trying to storm. These Templar defenses don't work as much anymore, right? Because one storm is not necessarily enough to get, you know, a lot done. Makes your life a whole lot more difficult for sure. Have I done the Team League finals yet? No, honestly, it's been such a weird week. I don't have a lot of time after streams right now. The problem is it's a pretty committed kind of stream because I feel like it's pretty long. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm hoping I can't do it this week, but I'm hoping next week we're gonna have some time to catch up on that, and I also want to catch up on some of the Kung Fu Cup replays. So we'll probably end up doing a couple of longer streams next week that'll include the Team League finals. So yeah, sorry it's taken so long. I know it's getting to be very old games now, but we did cast everything else of it, so we may as well cast it at some point. I'm just super behind schedule basically. We just had a lot of our own events going on, and then had some IRL stuff as well. So you know, I wasn't on yesterday. I'm only here for a short time today, then I'm going out, and then I'm not here. Honestly, even next week, you know what? Next week we might be able to do something. Actually, yeah. You know what? If nothing else, next week I'll do a stream because on Friday I'm not streaming right now, and I'm gonna be out at my usual stream time. But we might be able to start a bit later and do something, so we can maybe do that as well. So yeah, it's definitely coming. It's just busy plus long streams already, etc. 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 basically is the TLDR. That is the TLDR. Yeah. If it was just like a best of 5 as well, it's like easy to jump in, but like the best of 13, I think someone timed it out for me. It's like it's between 2 and 3 hours long as well, so it's like I need a good chunk of like bonus time to be able to do it realistically. So yeah. Anyways, back to PvT business right here. NightMare still trailing. EMPs for the Observer, nice and quick, easy little grab. Pulling back to the center here, the few ghosts are going to step across. Going to have ourselves the Ghost, the Bio, the Medivacs continuing to shove forward here at the moment, so keep that going just for now. And again, that Robobay coming through, the Observer coming over. The Bio will get there and pick away at a couple of those Zealots, so again, a little bit more grabbing being done, a little bit more damage coming out. You can see the High Templar trying to come through. Those ghosts are all out of energy right now, and that's a little scary. Widow Mine will help a lot. More Widow Mines will help a ton, but if they actually get to fire, now they're all just sat in storm. All of those Widow Mines are going to die without shooting. That is such a shame to see, as we are going to have the Robobay, Robo Facility, a few more Zealots coming up and online. Yeah, a little bit of a disaster there as the Bioforce not quite doing what it wants to, but the trades are still fine for Percival. His supply is still in a good position. I'd say he's still in a comfortable spot. Like, this army of the Protoss does not look super terrifying. Like, yes, there's some storms, but Storm alone this day and age should not be that terrible for you. Like, it's a good spell still, but like, it's not as scary as it used to be, and just a couple of storms does not feel anywhere near as scary as it used to be. Like, if you have a sizable High Templar count around the map and so sure, but this doesn't really feel like that, although we do keep bringing new, fresh High Templar forward with full energy. The Zealots have been an issue too. I think Percival's biggest issue is stopping and getting everything healed up. And in stopping and getting everything healed up and ready to play, just has run into a couple of different moments where he's had some difficult and expensive kind of times. So, some things to look at there as a couple of Widow Mines go off. Stalkers will play clean up. A storm coming down. The Zealots are going to step forward. +2 attacks. Thermal Lance. A couple of Colossus all building. The Medivacs are going to load up, and they are going to escape out down to the bottom as well. It's just going to get out of here for now. The rest of the Bioforce still gathering together. Vikings overhead. All the units joining up. Prism. Thermal Lens. +2. Gates in the Dark Shrine coming over. And once again, just looking at the high ground there, just seeing the couple of shots coming through. EMP trying to come down on a couple of those Stalkers, seeing again what we can maybe get done. Bio is going to come down. EMP being dropped. The rest of the Bio just going to escape away for the moment. So still getting pushed around. My concern is that for Percival, it's been a while since it really feels like he won a fight. And the more fights you have where you don't really win, like, okay, you're not losing, but you're not winning, the more time that the Protoss just gets set back up. We're now a 5-base Protoss player here as NightMare, feeling more comfortable than he's felt in probably a long time, realistically. And this position has improved heavily as misses the EMP on the Observer as well as a bit of a summary of where we're at right now, where it's like you know where you're at, it feels good, and then it's just slightly off from what it needs to be, you know? So, yeah. Well, army being chased. Zealots are in the mineral line over there, so Percival has to decide what does he prioritize. How close is he with units to go and deal with that? He is pretty close, and he pulls back fairly quickly to go and handle that right now. A couple of those Liberators setting up. Vikings have to get rid of the Colossus. This is a much better fight from Percival. This is what we're looking for. And now as he chases, he gets some valuable units as well. That Immortal that was trailing behind and cannot really get away, for example, is a big factor too. So that's a major positive. As again, we just see the Liberator, ship advanced ballistics, +2 ship weapons, 3 upgrades, all of that continuing by. The Zealots will continue to make another play over here. I'm just going to be continuing to go through for a moment or so, just trying to get some value. On the main base, the DT still swinging through and looking for some more damage, still trying to get a little bit extra. +3 attack, a couple of additional Stalkers all on the way out. We do play cleanup over there. The rest of the Zealots coming by once more, and they're going to get cleaned up as well. The DT still swinging after those Marauders as the Observer sits overhead and pulls back for now. DT still gets going into that mineral line, looking for as much as possible. Prism in the main base, going to get jumped on by the Liberators. Liberators take that out, so the Prism does indeed go down. So that will fall. Percival is the supply that comes out trailing here. Down 20 workers. And that's the thing, it's like for all the good fights that, well, for the good fight he just had, there's that big economy of the Protoss behind it. And so you really need to be you know, trading well throughout, otherwise you're in trouble. And so Stalker steps over, SCVs are going to be an issue. You can see those Liberators sieging up, and these Stalkers just start to turn away. Storm's coming down, Medevac's going to be taking some damage. You can see the Colossus on the left side going down, the Immortal still stepping forward here, so just going to get jumped on as well. It's another fight for Percival where it feels as though he can do very well. The Stalker's focused on getting rid of the Planetary, so the 5th base goes down. He's going to try and recall. He will lose a lot during this recall. Like 4 Stalkers or so got away maybe. So NightMare loses a lot, but with a 75 worker economy, the rebuilding, you know, the rebuild is just going to be so speedy. It comes so quickly. And that's going to be a major issue as well. So I think that's going to be part of the problem here overall, to be honest. Ghost, Libs, and that Marauder still coming about. Let's just have ourselves the +3 attack upgrade. Colossus on the way. Again, 4 Liberators at a time coming through. CC building as well. Top right side. So Stalker going to poke forward a little. Bio stepping back. Liberators will siege and keep those Stalkers zoned out for a few moments. Stop those Stalkers from committing in just for the moment. The extra Zealots all coming through as well. So a lot of that on the way. The Army of NightMare back to the center. A lot of the Bio down to the bottom. Get rid of a couple of the Zealots here, but there's a lot of other units showing up soon. So you try and retreat away from this. Those Stalkers probably get a good catch and a shutdown, but this position is not retreatable right now because you don't need to. You're winning this fight. You got rid of the High Templar. You're getting rid of all the Zealots. Finally, Stalkers and the Colossus show up, but even then the Marauders are doing okay. We're splitting well over on this side, it seems, as we're pushing over here in the same moment, and we are seeing success. Liberators continue to set up. We are going to lose one Ghost. Feedback coming down. Just going to be seeing everything else still coming through. Liberators still coming back across. I mean, just a couple High Temple left. All we need is a little bit of Bio here. Get after those couple HT, but then there's the Colossus here also. Man, just when it feels like Percival's doing well, he just can't quite sustain. The army bottom left in the end got pushed back as well. So this area is maintained from NightMare. We're now 19 minutes into Ruby Rock between these players, and things have just been getting a little crazier by the minute. Liberators are going to play siege up once more over here, sieging this ramp on that right side. A little bit of back and forth, a little bit of a jiggle from the Bio units for the next few moments as well. We do see more of this army. Zealot Stalker still heading to the bottom, and we are going to see Liberators sieging up. Stalkers are going to get underneath. Liberators going down. Zealots being picked away from the High Templar. Able to drop one Storm already. And again, the rest of the libs in the bio continue to round SCVs up over here, getting taken out. Also, a few of those workers going down almost immediately, so pickoffs very quickly as 13 workers begin to drop. Now 16, now 17, and when you're talking about a Terran who's been kind of struggling to win fights, and when he does win, he can't capitalize. Losing 19 workers to that lower number of zealots, I mean, at any point would have been bad, but a lower number of zealots, not great. Now the libs fly in, but the Stalker's on top of them quickly. The Storm isn't even needed, honestly. Like, these Liberators barely did anything. I mean, the Storm actually helps you just zone the bio a little bit, I guess, as you run on through with whatever bio we have, but it's not going to be enough, and Percival is going to end up, I think, getting 2-0'd here. He had a lot of potential at different points of this TVP. I think he had a lot of opportunities, and he just really, like I say, struggled to really play closeout on a lot of them. There is the GG being called, and NightMare will take it 2-0 in his opening match today. So NightMare moves to 2-1. Percival will move to 1-1. And we will have one more Percival game coming right up in the form of Percival versus Zoun, if I'm not mistaken. I've lost my own schedule. I love it when I do that. Yeah, we've got Percival versus Zoun coming through. So Percival versus Zoun, and then we have a Zoun versus Ryung, NightMare versus Ryung, and NightMare versus Zoun. So we're going to end the day on the PvP, but we got a couple PvTs before we get there. So 2 out of 6 best of 3s done. Which means that we've got 4 to go still. So still plenty coming up. Get into that in a few moments and kick this off, guys, very, very soon. Very exciting. Very exciting. Cool. Everyone's here, so we'll just get them to start videoing, and we'll kick this off, guys. Thanks for joining us today as well. We'll run some ads though, get that started, and see where we get to. What's up, Twin Head Dragon? Thank you so much as well for the 4-month resub, by the way, mate. Sorry I didn't get to it when it dropped in. Appreciate it, though. That was a loud ding. Jeez. Tyler, visit Alabama. Thank you so much for the 3-month resub on the Prime as well. Thanks for all you do for the SSU community. No worries. Thank you so much for priming us up. Super appreciate it. Thank you for supporting. Thank you so very much. Videos are coming through. Mothership, 10,000 Feet, Celestial Enclave, and Old Republic so far. Surely we don't see the same 3 maps again, right? Both series so far have had the same map order for the full best of 3. I know we didn't see Game 3 just there, but if it was Game 3, it would have been Tourmaline again. Right, I said, what the hell it's happening? Oh, we vetoed Tourmaline at least. So Winter Madness stays in the map pool this time around. Will we pick Winter Madness to be map 1 or 2 and guarantee that we see it? I would be okay with that, because I haven't seen Winter Madness since TLMC. Maybe we casted it one time in a Monday Night Weekly or something, but I'd be okay with seeing that. That'd be cool. Ruby Rock first, though. I mean, that's not too surprising. Get Ruby Rock hosted. Second map, White Rabbit, which, to be fair, these are the maps which have maybe been played the most because they've been in most of the community map pools, so it does make some sense. We got Zoun and Percival ready to go in just a couple moments. Then, guys, again, everyone invited in. It'll be good to begin into Ruby Rock. Guys, ready? Kick this off. Let's get this going. And we kick this into our game number... series number 3 of the day. Perfecto. How's everyone doing in the chat? So counting down into Ruby Rock. Getting this on the go. Into Percival Zoun. So again, third map of the tournament, or third series of the tournament here from Percival. Zoun is the only player that we've not seen at all yet in the Korean Royale Group A. So he starts his campaign right now and will play 3 of the next 4 series. Just determine where he will be at the end of day 2. And yeah, typically the TLDR of how it works, guys, is each player plays 2 out of 3 play days. I think NightMare actually ends up playing all 3 because he plays like 1 match on the final day. But generally speaking, they play 2 out of the 3 play days, and by playing 2 out of the 3 play days, that means that for Zoun this is day 1, and Percival it's also day 1. But it does mean that for like Ryung, it's actually day 2, and he's going to be done already. So yeah, it's going to be giving us an interesting kind of... for the majority of players, they'll still have matches to play by the end of the day, so we'll have a rough look at what the group's like. We'll start getting an idea of maybe what the playoff bracket and so begins to look like as well to be fair, so should be fun. Refinery's coming down into the main base. It's getting set up, gateway and the assimilator coming into play. Let me get just settled down now for a couple of ones. We have TKL here. I'm going to steal his camera for a little bit, because my obscene leaves a lot to be desired, to be honest, so... yeah. TLDR. Diva coming through. That probe is a nibbling, so getting some work done, getting some damage dealt for a few moments. Maybe having the Reaper coming through, the factory and the orbital command coming up as well, so all of that on the way over. It's going to be seeing the Nexus and Cybercore assimilator all building die. And yeah, we get everything on the way through. Factory's halfway done, the SCV's finishing shortly, reactor's still building into play. Nexus and the assimilator coming up as well. Stargate will be on the way up as Zoun gets established, so we'll choose to go with that. Just the Hellion and a couple of Reapers from Percival, so a lot of early units. Can see those units coming across. There's the Hellion's going to come through. It does will take some damage. Let's see, the Reapers and the Hellion's going to come back in again. Tank Marines coming over. It's going to be seeing the Phoenix and the Warp Gate coming up as well. Just going to get that going. Let's see the Phoenix going to come about, and that concussive shell's coming through too. Concussive shells going to be a part of this from Percival, which is interesting to go concussive shells so soon. Really kind of builds into this idea of, hey, like, I'm going to be aggressive and super aggressive early. Couple mules coming by as well. Let's see, the Phoenix going to drive through, getting a little bit of damage being done. A couple of tanks moving back around, the Bio coming over. Again, Marine Marauder, Tank Stim, all coming through for the moment. Just going to be seeing the rest of this coming by. The Phoenix still overhead. Wargate's going to be taking some damage, so we are going to knock that straight through. This push from Percival looking pretty ferocious right away. Zoun, because of the Stargate choice, is going to be kind of, you know, a little bit scary, kind of trying to hold this off. He is going to lift with the Phoenix. Tanks are going to be able to get dropped back down as the Phoenix get targeted. We've stopped targeting the Phoenix. We've gone after the Immortal instead. So we've seen that all coming back over, and a little bit of bio going back through onto the pylon again. I think we're just going to be playing cleanup. And Percival's going to sit around here. I don't think Percival has enough to keep this going. I think Percival's kind of done for already. So I think Percival's in a little bit of trouble right now. Phoenix still peeling off to that side. I mean, he does have the bunker up, which is neat, but the Phoenix give you the chance to lift up another of these tanks. And with another Immortal on the ground, I just don't see us having the damage output, especially when the tank isn't joining in. Marines jump back into this bunker and will do what they can, but I think we're looking pretty close to being doomed on this attack. Now, did Percival do enough? It's equal work account. He's starting up a third base. I'd say it's honestly not terrible. Like, yeah, Zoun's on third base already, but equal workers is pretty reasonable. He did knock down some of the Phoenix as well. Resources lost is a little bit favorable to Zoun. Yeah, like I say, it's one of those scenarios where I feel like it's hard to love it for Percival, because I think he obviously wanted it to do more. But I do think he comes out of this in a position where you can still very much so play the game. Like, you are still alive, you are still able to kind of, you know, participate and so on. So at the end of it all, I still think there is a little bit of potential just to kind of keep going. And I think that's the best thing, although now I look at the supply and suddenly it feels like it's miles away. It's only 15. It's definitely advantage Zoun. He got the defense on the committed attack, and he's now moving into this next phase, looking to do as best he can for the next step of this. Twilight Council Forge and the Gateway is all still building up. Colossus, Phoenix, and all the rest coming in as well. Fire around the right. Medivacs will be doing some healing. The refinery goes down onto the third base. I'm just going to be seeing the +1 on the combat shield coming up as well. A couple of Medivacs will continue through. Starport about to complete. CC will float over. A couple of Phoenix will continue to go in. A couple of SCVs going down. Going to be seeing the siege tank is going to get lifted again, man. Those Phoenix have been so good. The freaking tank snipers, they will not get this kill, but the fact that we can even threaten that is kind of amazing considering the way that things have been going. So, you know, I'm all about it. Like I say, give us a bit more of a chance, give us some opportunity, and I feel like we're gaming a little bit. As do have everything else just joining back through still, and we get back on track. Vikings, the Ghost coming through. Temple Archives, a couple of gateways being produced as well. A Nexus coming online, Colossus +1 and the Charge all coming up. I'm just going to be seeing our units gathering up on the front door for the next little bit of time. So Viking Ghost and +1 armor, all the tech units, and hey, you know, realistically nowadays, if you get those tech units up, you become a very efficient Terran player. And it always feels like there's some chances, and let's think about what isn't going the way of Zoun, right? Still has to build Blink. You know, is just added on Temple Archives. Right now is Phoenix Colossus, but with a low Phoenix count is not super impressive. If this was anything more than like 4 Vikings, I'd actually feel pretty good for Percival maybe, because I feel like there's a lot of stuff missing on the ground that kind of Zoun might need to really, you know, keep him in a very solid position realistically. Blink's still building. Armor upgrade on the way through. Those 2 Vikings, 6 of them. I mean, that count is decent now, and it's getting better. Obviously, he's prioritizing the Vikings as, you know, what he really wants to get kind of going here. It's a good EMP, and that's going to drain a lot of the battery energy as well. So now those batteries are going to be lower. If you do end up committing in that position, those are batteries that are not going to be there ready to heal you up or anything. More shots going through. Just going to be seeing a couple of these rocks coming about, taking some damage. Marauders going to shoot in after the Zealot then. That Zealot will be taken away. Gonna see the rest of the Marine Marauder Viking all coming through. Armory's coming about. Engineering bay building as well. It's gonna get straight after the cannon, knocking that down. The battery's still in some trouble as well. Just have ourselves the Vikings gonna turn around onto the couple of Phoenix actually. So, and those Colossus still taking hits as well. The back and forth continuing. Just gonna be going, trying to get the Phoenix. Not quite able to just yet. Vikings going to try and get forward again. The few Stalkers will step through. Just going to have the bio and everything just kind of going back and forth for a couple of moments. +2/+1 upgrades going about, but most importantly, the SCV damage begins as Percival starts to take some harassment from Zoun back on the other side of the map. So some damage being taken, a few shots coming through. Tanks can't be abducted, then they shouldn't be able to be lifted, right? Honestly, I mean, if you want to play like the logical game, sure, but realistically that was just a balance change they made specifically aimed for TVZ. So there ain't gonna be no logic that well, logic doesn't overcome balance, I suppose. Was that not to comment on whether the abducting on tanks was a good thing to remove or not or whatever, just clearly it was a balance thing aimed at TVZ. I see so many people saying, well, if tanks can't be abducted, surely this shouldn't be able to be. It's like, guys, not everything has to be lore accurate or have some perfect reasoning. Sometimes we can just do things to make the game good. In this case, like I say, I'm not sure if it was necessarily something that made the game good, but the point sort of stands, right? It is a bit silly, though, to be honest. It does make the game complicated. It's one of those things that's like, well, why doesn't it work on tanks when tanks are otherwise unaffected by kind of stuff like that? So I don't necessarily disagree. It is kind of a little bit of a weird quirk, but yeah, I mean, we're in the age of StarCraft 2 where maybe we're kind of allowed some weird quirks. You know, everyone that's playing the game usually has played a lot of the games, so they know these little things. That is going to be about. Colossus is going to get there. Marine is going to go down. Storm and the upgrades coming through. It's going to be 3-2 all on the way right now. It's just getting all of those upgrades coming by for the moment. Getting that settled and seeing where we will end up as the couple upgrades then continuing by for the moment as mentioned just previously. I mean, with Storm coming in as well, going to be a nice addition here from Zoun. So an additional way of splashing the Terran army, who is going to try and take the bottom left base for a 5th. Now, there's a Nexus coming up over there, so we're going to have to fight this Nexus, and then apparently we're going to try and expand on that location, rather than going to the 12 o'clock, which is kind of a much more obvious kind of expansion path, I would say, for the Terran. He wants to expand here, and what, I guess he's going to encourage fights to happen through this bottom left side of the map toward that Protoss base, because there's going to be a lot of back and forth between that Protoss bottom left base and now this Terran bottom left base. There's no way that the two sides are going to be kind of just sitting away from each other with those bases so close. Vikings will get after the Colossus. Those Colossus are low, by the way. They're going to die quickly. Zealot's getting a bit of a wrap on the Bio Army, but I actually don't know if it was enough of a wrap around to really be that impactful. Now the rest of these Stalkers taking a few more shots as well, so a few more hits coming through. And that Bio Army is shredding. Percival looking strong here against Zoun in this opening game. If Percival beats Zoun, I actually really think this group gets into a very interesting place, because then Percival is bidding to be the contender. Cure is in trouble. This Group A is already kind of a little bit kind of upside down, and it really has potential to get even more upside down if this sort of stuff continues. Now, Percival's not even won this first game of the best of 3 yet, so I'm getting ahead of myself maybe. I'm just thinking about the possibilities of what could maybe be based on some stuff like that. So let's come through. SCVs are going to be taking some shots. It's going to be 10, 11 workers going down. 14, 16, 17. Now the Bio coming down. The couple of cannons going to be in trouble next, as we do have the Liberator Viking force coming in. Just going to be seeing the Ghost going down. The Zealots are still charging through. The Bio getting jumped on. And we will have ourselves the Protoss. Oh, getting very close to the Medivacs. Planetary Fortress getting into position. 26 SCVs going down, but Percival is winning the army fight in a big way. So Percival loses a ton of workers, loses that 5th base location. I believe has got command centers back at home, but where he's going to float those two next, if he's going to try and retake the bottom left, or maybe try and expand through the top. That's the question still to be asked. We're going to chase in, and we will get that High Templar kill, which is obviously going to be a feels good for the Terran player. Knocking that down is never going to be a bad feeling. Through upgrades, finishing soon, +2 ship weapons. About to be done. Command center will start. The Colossus still building, +1 air weapons, +3 armor coming through as well. So just get a lot of that on the way up. Stalkers in the middle still. Stalkers is going to come chasing through. The Marines starting to go down. Just going to be having the Stalkers going the other side. Just going to be seeing the Vikings a chance to maybe get back on top of the Colossus would be lovely. An actual chance to deal some damage there would be fantastic. As the air upgrades continue through currently from Zoun. So let's run into this mineral line. We will just be seeing the Liberator going through. The Vikings going to be pushed forward, the Bio Army onto the Stalkers. And 22 SCVs going down. It's just so much economy loss for Percival, and I felt okay when he had a bit of army supply lead and he was maybe feeling like he was going, but now we've not been able to fully commit, and I feel like we need to get some eco damage on ourselves. And this might just be it. This base going down, there's a few workers here. I mean, if you kill this base, you could maybe retreat down to the bottom left and get another base. If you go 2 for 1 on this, that'd be huge. A Disruptor showed up from the bottom left. Doesn't do too much. The Storm may be more impactful. As you're going to see the Liberators trying to hold their ground. Bio trying to spread. Those Zealots have not even been touched yet. They're not even EMP'd coming into this fight, so they are going to be very healthy all said and done. Those Medivacs boosting back to the upper left once more. Bio to the bottom left-hand side. Carriers in production. We just see the Prism coming up as well. Liberating Ghost still coming through, and a few SCVs on the way out also. So again, getting that all set up. As those couple of libs will siege, the Stalks will step forward. The MP is going to come down nicely for the moment as the Bio will go in after a couple of those cannons immediately. The cannons are going to get jumped on. The Bio going to take some hits. We do have ourselves again the Liberated Marine Marauder all producing through on the side of Percival. Center tower will be burned. Just going to be seeing the libs sieging up for a little bit longer. Just going to be seeing this base trying to be protected. I mean, it would be a nice one to get this base if we can keep it alive. 2 bases nearby each other. I mean, we re-landed here, kind of baiting some Zealots to charge onto it perhaps. Percival's army is just falling down a little. He doesn't have enough anti-air to help with the carriers comfortably, especially the Colossus laser beaming the whole way through. Too much is surviving for too long from Zoun. Too much of this is just dealing damage throughout this fight, basically. So, just continuing to be a problem as we do see the Ghost trying to chase forward a little as well. So, you'll see the extra carriers and the Stalkers still building through. Then we got some Zealots coming about. Cannon and the Nexus going to be on the way through also. So again, just all the little bits and pieces coming online for now. But it's realistically looking like this is going to turn into Zoun's game. Another game where I felt like Percival had a lot of different opportunities, a lot of different possibilities over the course of it. Played a pretty darn good game, just Zoun able to withstand, able to withhold, and able to push through even when things look tough. And able to keep it all together. And he's had a great economy all the time. He's made it difficult for the Terran to take additional bases. I do wonder what this game would have looked like if instead of focusing the bottom left, Percival had tried to go to the top right for the base straight away. Just because I feel like that bottom left initiated a lot of fights, which maybe the Terran player could have done without. Whereas that topside base may have just survived a bit longer, and with that, maybe Percival just gets a little deeper later into the game, which is where Terran like to be lately against Protoss. Yeah, GG's. Alright, that is going to be a game 1 going the way of Zoun. We'll head into game 2 here in a moment. It's going to be White Rabbit for a second game of this matchup. So, I keep scrolling down as soon as we load in game, because I'm completely ready for... Yeah, I'm completely ready. I'm ready to kind of do what I was saying about before, where the maps were a little bit all over the place and everything, so trying to preemptively kind of deal with that, and then I keep making my life more difficult. I end up in the 2v2 and the 3v3 maps instead of the 1v1 maps. Ready, go, go. Wardy, how are you going to let RSL take your streaming time? It's not my streaming time. Believe it or not, anyone can stream whenever they want. StarCraft, you know, I don't own the time slot of this time of day. I just like streaming at this time of day, so I continue to do it, and I run my events here because it typically works out the best, so, you know. Top right hand side, we're going to have ourselves the blue Terran down a game, man. He keeps putting up some great fights, though. It is going to be Percival in the top right corner, taking on Zoun, the red Protoss player, in the bottom left hand side of White Rabbit for game number 2 of our best of 3. Third best of 3 of the day. After this, we're halfway through the day, guys. Today's one of the shorter days of the Korean Royale with 6 best of 3s. Sunday is the same story. And then the next day of Korean Royale group stages is 8 best of 3s, so it's a little bit juicier. So you have that coming up over the next few days as well next week. Alright. Like I said, Percival keeps putting himself in some good positions, just can't quite see the finishing line sometimes in this matchup still, it feels like, so... things to work on, maybe. Unless we do have our intros. Percival top right, down bottom left. And the observer we're stealing the camera of. Am I always just like in such a rush to do my intros? To be fair, sometimes when we're already talking to chat and stuff, I don't do the intros. But when we're like not much is going on, I'm just like in-game intros, and then it's done, and we can just get back to chilling until some action. First time you've seen carriers win in PvT in months. Yeah, I don't think the carriers made that much impact, though. Like, I think he could have built kind of whatever, and it would have been fine. Like, the carriers weren't really answered, but Tempest, I think, would have been just as effective, to be honest. Did I not stream because of RSL? No, I had real-life stuff yesterday. I had a shit day yesterday. I had a dentist appointment at 9 AM. It's like 10, 15-minute drive away. I left, like, 30 minutes early. It took me 45 minutes to get there. I get there, they're like, oh, we can't see you now. I'm like, oh. They're like, if you wait for an hour and 15 minutes, I was like, no. I was so pissed off because I was just been stuck in the car for 45 minutes already. And I had to wake up early. And I based my entire day around this. So then that didn't work out. So that I didn't get a dentist appointment. So, yeah, it was just... This really soured my mood for the entire day. And while I wouldn't say anything else really went wrong for the rest of yesterday, I was just miserable. You guys ever I just needed the day to end, reset, and go again. You know, like, I was done. I was ready for yesterday to end already, so I was just miserable all day. Tough life. So yeah, a little rough, but... so be it. If that's the worst thing that happens to me this week, I'll be okay. But yeah, I'm not streaming tomorrow either, guys. Tomorrow I'm actually just taking a full day off. Just no appointments or anything. Just actually a full chill day. And then we'll be back. So next week's where it gets a little bit interesting, but I think I'm going to rearrange some stuff to actually still do some streams on days that I currently have off. Maybe on like the Friday or so, I think maybe we'll rearrange to do something. I am taking 2 days off next week to play RuneScape because RuneScape's new skill comes out, so I'm gonna take Wednesday and Thursday off next week. one of those days kind of coincides with RSL anyway. And then I was going to take the Friday. I wasn't really going to take the Friday off. I just have nothing to do on the Friday. I have no idea what I'm casting on the Saturday and Sunday, actually. Is that Korean Royale? One of them must be, I think. Days off feels bad, man. Ay. Can't say I'm a naughty streamer. I need to check my schedule. I've got no idea what I'm doing next week, actually. Like, in my head I know, but in reality I don't. Is it... No way. Are we already doing 2025 championship qualifiers next weekend? Is that what it is? Holy, yes. So yeah, I'm doing the Monday Cups, then I'm doing Tuesday Korean Royale, Wednesday and Thursday I'm off. Friday, we might do like a later on in the day stream, and then Saturday Korean Royale, and then Sunday the first qualifier for the 2025 championship. Oh my goodness. That is genuinely very exciting. But Wood Mines drop in, and they're going to go in after some probes, and they get a couple. Nothing too crazy here as the Reaper on the low ground tries to do something, mostly just grenading for some lost mining time more than anything else. And yeah, Raven and the Marines coming through. RuneScape has a new skill coming out. Yeah, sailing. Very exciting. You know what it is? What I learned over the last couple of years is that if I don't take time off when new stuff comes out in RuneScape, I just stream very distractedly. Because I'm just like, I can't help myself but try and watch other people doing it or something, and I'm always got my eyes, so nowadays if something new that's kind of cool I want to try and get to straight away and RuneScape comes out, I just take a day off, because otherwise I end up streaming and I'm just like the most boring streamer, because like my brain just isn't there. Even if I turn everything off and I fully focus on the game, I don't want to focus on the game, I really struggle with it. So in a world where I have the freedom to take days off usually, and kind of, you know, make my own schedule, I just do that instead. It works nicely. Stim +1, the combat shield all coming up. And we're seeing the charge and the Nexus and the Forge coming online as well, so all that coming through. The Stalkers had to try and get on top of the siege tank for a moment, and see a little bit of success, able to get that kill, but the Stalkers still taking some damage. So 4 Stalkers have died this game. To be fair, 2 tanks have gone down already. Still an efficient game for Zoun early on, although equal workers. Zoun is getting that 3rd base going, but as is Percival, 3rd command center in the main, as we get going on Right Rabbit here for game 2. I really want to see a game 3 because I want to see some Winter Madness, to be honest. So yeah, kind of cheering on potential of a game 3, to be honest. As our +1 charge comes through, the extra gates all coming by, the battery coming up as well. Prism just goes out onto the map and is just going to begin to take a little bit of a step over to the top right-hand side as well. It's just going to come straight through. There's a lot of bio coming the other direction at the moment as well, though, so actually going to get on top of a few Stalkers here. Those are going to be nice kills. Like, these Stalkers are meant to be able to blink away and keep themselves safe. Anytime you're coming through and actually killing Stalkers feels very, very nice. So it's a major positive as the +1 on the Immortal coming through. The Robo Bay coming through also. Bio's going to stim. The Stalker's taking damage, going the other way. Put a mine connecting, and a few Zealots are going to get hit immediately. And Percival gets pushed back as Zoun chases us away at the moment. I'm a bit late getting my Christmas office decorations up. We put them up on the 1st of December every single year. A sellout tree does not go up before December. It's a hard and fast rule on the channel. We live and die by it, quite frankly. Sellout tree? Yeah, the sellout tree. Everyone's like, man, everyone's so generous in December. But, you know, it's really nice to see everyone getting the Christmas spirit. In reality, it's just the sellout tree. People are like, the tree is back? Subs, subs, subs. Just non-stop. And boy, do we need it, because we glimpsed 700 subs for like a couple days, and we have just been spiraling downward ever since, so... trust me, December 1st and the Star Tree cannot come soon enough. Cannot come soon enough. You killed that Prism? I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't watching. I was, I was reading chat. My bad. As our bio jumps into the main base, Robo Facility is going to be in trouble, so if you have to rebuild a Prism, that's not going to be ideal, losing your Robo production. As Percival going to lift up early, get out, I like it, just get in, do what you can, get out, keep those units on the map as a threat. Is generally a big positive, so I always like the concept of just not trying to get too much done all at once. +2 attack and extended thermal lance all coming out. Just going to have the couple gates and robo facilities coming through. The bio pulling back over the sides. Going to get ourselves set up over here as the bio will take some steps forward. Again, +2 attack about to finish. The armor upgrade coming through, robo facility and the gates coming up as well. Stalker Colossus coming through, just missing the scan coming about. Still trying to come across Medivacs. I'll take a step away, a little bit of bio coming through, trying to see what we can do. Just going to be seeing a couple of Stalkers going to get jumped on immediately, so trying to get straight by there. Stalkers will still settle in to just work our way over. The mine goes off. The Zels take a chance to dive on through as well. A couple of the Vikings overhead. Just going to try and stay back over there as well. So just going to try and reestablish. As we do have the Nexus continue to come through as well. So just continue to keep that going. That bio coming through. The Ghost Gathering. Vikings getting settled. We do have ourselves the couple of ghosties continue to come through. The Vikings coming about. The bio coming around. The 2-2 upgrades coming over as well. Just going to see the cloak and the ship weapons still coming by also. And the rest of this Protoss army just retreating back down to the south for a few moments there. Just for the moment, so again, just escaping out of that. Zell going to come through, Colossus and the Disruptors taking some damage as well. Again, Lib's coming about, the cloaking on the way. +3/+2 upgrades still coming about, extra Disruptors building. So we're going to see the Vikings getting after the Colossus. The Colossus will go down. So that Colossus full lane Disruptor trying to come across as well. Still got the Fusion Core coming through, and we continue to settle in here. It's going to be seen again, the Cloak coming about, the Liberators coming by. Stalker, Zealot, Immortal Sentry coming over. Just going to be seeing the bio pulling back a little bit as we do see the Disruptor shots. And of course a little lift up into the Medivacs. The Medivac's going to retreat back over to that right-hand side instead. All of those Zealots just going to come straight through and just going to keep on charging up. The Liberator going to try and get sieged in the meanwhile and just try and help hold this position off as we do see the couple of EMPs coming down as warning shots. Zoun of about 20 supply as he moves over into this position. Getting set already is the advanced ballistics and the +3 attack upgrade. One to come through as well. All the upgrades coming up as well on the side of Zowny, so Zoun getting a lot of that underway. Colossus, Prism, and the rest coming over right here. You see the couple of Liberators are going to siege that setup as well, so just going to get that straight up. Stalkers get underneath that command center. Disruptor there doesn't quite do much. Second one only clips a ghost and brings it low, but it doesn't die yet. Can Percival hold this position off? It looks like yes, he can. Would love to see those libs take a little bit of a further step forward just to really zone out the entryway to this base rather than kind of the exit on the runaway. Just because I feel like now that you start to push that army back, this is your chance to re-establish that position and just stop the army from coming back through onto that same position again at any point in the near future, basically. So I think that would be nice to see, but I'm not going to be super crazy about it if we don't either. Disruptor shot still trying to come through. Here we go. Running in, this time the Liberators. They did exactly what I wanted. Honestly, by now I thought there was going to be a few more units here, and there's the extra lib showing up, maybe a bit too late. 4 libs all at once is so much harder to deal with than 2 libs at a time. And that is going to be this command center going down. Army still stepping across right now. Just going to be having the Bio pulling over one way, the rest of the units going out the other. 3-3 plus 2 ship weapons. The Liberators all producing. That Colossus and the upgrades all coming by. The Colossus in the back there. And a lot of trouble is going to fall. Percival just going to say GG and get out of this one. So Percival is done. He's out of here. And Zoun's going to take the 2-0. Percival will be 1 and 2 on the day. I believe we go back-to-back Zoun. No, do we finish off? Yeah, no, we go back-to-back Zoun games. So going to be Zoun versus Ryung. And then NightMare versus Ryung. Then NightMare versus Zoun. So that is our halfway point of the day, guys. But it is going to be Zoun Ryung coming up next. So we'll get that started in a couple moments. Perfect, we'll get that going in just a few, guys. We get this ready to rumble. Today, RuneScape is still being played actively. Mate, old school RuneScape is like one of the most successful MMOs of the modern day. It is surprisingly popular. It literally hit its peak concurrent player base like earlier this year. Like 250,000 concurrent players. It's crazy. Do 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 do. Boom 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 boom. Oh look, the same 5 maps are being videoed so far. What's going on? Taito Tourmaline. Alright guys, still in for a couple more videos and then a map pick or 2 and we should be able to go, so just waiting on that. Otherwise, Royal Rumble, what's up Pommy? Thank you for the raid. Doing well. Does that mean Kung Fu Cup's over? Kung Fu Cup does look crazy. This is why I really didn't love the idea of doing my streams based around Kung Fu Cup this week, because Kung Fu Cup goes so fast sometimes. Why does RuneScape still have graphics that hurt your soul? Because I mean, it's like an old retro kind of game, and you kind of just like that's its style. It's unique rather than being the same as everything else. To be fair, there's also HD mods you can use if you just want to play in HD. So Like, RuneScape's really just got it all, to be honest. I'm talking about old school RuneScape as well. RuneScape 3 is terrible. Yo, we're gonna get Winter Madness for game 1. Let's get into this. Hell yeah. Let's do it. Alright. We're gonna go Winter Madness game 1 right now. White Rabbit game 2 and Ruby Rock game 3. It's the same 3 or 4 maps so far. Surely this is not going to be a constant in this map pool. Surely we are going to see some different kind of maps being picked. Surely. Surely. Alright, Zoun and Ryung coming up in a few moments. There's a couple more people might be joining us here. Double checking no one else is coming over from anywhere else. I don't think they are. Let's kick off into our next series, guys. Halfway of the day. Let's keep it rolling. Zooming. Alright, bottom right hand corner is going to be the blue Protoss player. It is going to be Zoun as you get into a fresh best of 3. The top left. Our red Terran is going to be Ryung. Alrighty, game number 2 of the series. Let's get it underway. Let's see what we get for some more Terran versus Protoss here. Winter Madness. Pretty map. Hey, they kept the snow as well. Like, I don't think this is as thick as snow as when it was first on, but like the fact it's still snowing is impressive because usually they remove snow effects and stuff when they put maps on Lattice. So it's still snowing here on Winter Madness, and I'm all for it. Love that for us. I love it. 10 out of 10. All the votes from me. Lovely business. All right, we are waiting to see where we're going to go. Waiting to see what we can do on this one. Getting settled for a few moments. Command center going to drop down onto the natural expansion. Just going to put that straight in position right there. As we have got ourselves a few Marines moving over. And just going to see stepping out the front. Zoun laughing because, yes, the SCV showed up and he already has the Nexus down. I'm not sure what exactly happened there. I think we missed the interaction for Zoun to laugh, but these guys having fun as Ryung will respond. Like I say, I'm sure these guys will continue some back and forth here. Ryung, this match and his match versus NightMare remaining, so not a lot left for him in this group. And he is very realistically, I mean, he needs to get a win still. Like, he needs to win more. He's 1-3 now with the loss to Percival earlier today. 2 wins is borderline enough to get out of a group like this, honestly. You may still be eliminated on tiebreakers. He just needs to find a win here against Zoun or NightMare. And then we can keep some belief in Ryung. But yeah, I don't love the fact that it's coming down to kind of this aspect of it already, to be fair. As we do have starport on the way, the Hellion and a couple of Marines will build up also. The Blink on the way, Warp Gate coming through, adding on the battery and the probes, all of that coming online. Game sounds broken? Yes. I don't know why, but I muted my in-game sounds. When did I do that? Oh, yes. I know exactly why I did. I did it to, So, I muted to the stream the audio from my desktop, which is where the game sounds come from, because I was checking if anyone was coming to join the game. from the other streams that were streaming other stuff. So just in case Twitch decided to make noise, I muted it up, and because I still have the sound myself and you guys don't hear it, I forgot to turn it back on. Thank you so much. Yeah, you guys just had plain Wardy voice. Ugh, scary. Terrifying even. Terrifying. Banshee, Marines, and the cloaking all coming through. We get that all on the way. Blink is halfway done. Couple gates coming about. Robotics facility coming over. The pylon in production as well. We just get the couple of assimilators going down onto the natural expansion for now. So we're just going to get that all going. Again, robot facility coming through. The gateways are all coming up. Assimilators in production as well right here. As we just see all of this coming by. And yeah, the couple of Marines will make their way to this set of rocks right now. So rocks will take some damage. Marines, tank, Banshee all coming through. And Robobay is producing by, so again, getting a lot of that goodness on the way up, and a couple of probes are coming through as well. So, yeah, a lot of good stuff for now. Be seeing the few of the units just coming about then for a couple moments. Nothing really too crazy though. Banshee tank Marines coming in also right now, so just going to keep that going for a couple of seconds. We'll have ourselves the Banshee going to end up over in this base. Don't really do too much overall. Again, extended thermal lance and the observer coming through as well. He is just going to bring a lot of that up, as we do have that charge upgrade coming by as well. Factory moves over this side. Few probes have already gone down. Stimpack in the SCV still building by also. And again, bring a lot of this up just for the moment. So again, all of that underway. Yeah, plus get those upgrades going, and Zoun's going to be feeling comfortable. Ryung played, honestly, really well across the course of his game so far. Now up against the Protoss players, there's a group I just wonder, can he deliver? Can he show up in this TVP, and can he find himself a way to be that kind of aggressive Terran player that we're so used to, you know, Ryung being, but with the ability to kind of play like a strong later game, as long as it's going reasonably okay once, you know, going into that later stage. So can he just set up well, I guess, is my kind of immediate question to begin with, as the bio and the tank will join up together. Just going to see a few Marines unloading from the bunker. The bio all joining up. Again, charging the thermal lance coming through. The gateways coming by. Again, a lot of little just different bits and pieces coming up right now as the Stimpack Combat +1 comes through. And those are going to be the Stalkers getting some shots off and getting some KOs. I mean, big shove. That's going to put some pressure on. The Stimpack is finishing, so it's not a bad time to be coming over. You already knew those units were there, and yet that Zal gets sacrificed anyway. Small mistake, nothing too major yet, but the little things that we can maybe capitalize on given some time, right? So, rest of the bio pulling back across, and we just have, again, Viking Marauder. Everything else coming through for the moment still. Full scan coming down. Zoun just says, cool, I'm going to go to a fourth base. You didn't commit to the attack. You're just taking your third. I'm going to take my fourth unless you stop me. And Zoun in general is being kind of greedy, no? Like, Robobay up, we're going to be pumping Colossus, and then double Forge. Okay, this is not super quick double Forge. It's more of a catch-up double Forge. But even still, right now, there's tons of investment in the future, and not of a lot of investment in the here and now. And it's not like he has nothing. Like I say, he's got the Colossus, and so... But a lot of stuff in that production tab is fresh and on the way and not going to be ready to go for a little bit of time, in fact. So, like I say, I think that's going to be a factor here for sure. As you just see the Vikings coming through, that Ghost Academy coming up. So you see the tech coming online from Ryung as he tries to prep himself for all of the later game Protossy things that he may need to contend with. So gets that ready to go as well. Let's just see 1-1 upgrades and the rest coming by for the moment. Well, storm coming about. Moving through for now. Again, the rest of this coming over as well. It's going to be seeing the Vikings continuing by as well. The Ghost and Armory, the Engineering Bay, continues to build in place. This Banshee is going to get jumped on by the Stalkers, and with detection nearby already, it's going to be a pretty easy shutdown. So that is going to be a KO right away on that one. That's going to go very well for you too. So that's going to be a big plus, as we now have that Armory and the Engineering Bay continue to build into place. So we bring that all through for the moment. Get that going. 1-1 upgrades and the Disruptors coming about. The Gateway is in production still. We have the Dark Shrine on as well. And lots of little bits and pieces coming up for the moment. A lot of units, Zealot, Stalker, Colossus making its way across, so we go straight by. +2/+2 coming through. Continue to get rolling. Just going to be having the Viking Ghost, like I say, a tech choice rather than further upgrades. So really focusing on again the tech units to give yourself the chance to fight against this Protoss army. The Disruptor shot will fire forward initially, looking to try and clip toward any of those bio units that you might get in reach with. Answer so far is not really many of them at all, so nothing really happening there just yet. Zoun even going to take a second to open up the map a little bit, knock down some rocks, and just open some space for himself. Make life a little bit easier. And hey, what's up, Quamblock, as well? Happy Friday to you too, mate. Thank you so much for dropping by today. Good to see you. Thanks for supporting by watching some SC2s. Appreciate it, as we do have our army going to go and make a little bit of a bid. Still moving across towards the top side. Still looking to try and get in some action there. Disruptor shot going to try and connect. We'll get a Marine. It's obviously not really what you're looking for with the Disruptor, let's be realistic, but hey, better than nothing at all, I suppose. If the SCVs are going to be backing away, the couple of Zealots are going to get there. Those SCVs in some trouble. Now the Bio are going to try and come back through again. The Vikings going to stand right there as well and just try and hold their ground at the moment. These Zealots over on the right side trying to do their thing as well, so just getting involved in any which way that they can. Just for the moment, I'm just trying to, like I say, make this as complicated as possible here thus far. It's nice to get in and get some SCVs, and we already see the Stargate on the way and the future kind of investment from Zoun for the rest of this game. More Disruptors, extra Stargate, Shadow Stride. It's all of the late game kind of PvT things that you expect to see coming in all at once at the moment. And what's up, Grown Mime? Thank you so much. 47-month resub on the Prime. Mime with the Prime. Thank you so much. Appreciate the support. Almost 4 years. Crazy business. Thank you so much indeed. Thanks so much to Zoun, getting some free shots off in the bio. Nothing nearby enough to capitalize on it, though. I still think is a little bit of a shame, so maybe not too much being done in that regard. As the Shadow Strike coming across, +3, and so coming over, +3/+3 even. Coming over right now. The rest of the Zealots, Dog, Colossus, Disruptor. Moving through immediately. A couple of Zealots going to get in after the Marauders there. The rest of the Disruptors coming across as well. That army still sliding along. 2 Stargates in production, currently halfway done. Nice little chase. Obviously the Vikings able to get some pickoffs easily, and that Viking count being high is going to be important, especially as we start seeing that fleet peeking up, and we're going to start seeing some actual Stargate production coming online. Like, yeah, those Vikings are going to have a role to play. So keeping those alive is big. We're actually rebuilding just more Disruptors as Zoun. I don't know how much I love that, because the more Disruptors you build, being super reliant on Disruptors always feels a little bit tough. And it just feels like you're playing that kind of composition that has really no power behind it. You're just really hoping Disruptor shots do a lot for you. Like I say, do not love that for the moment based on what we're currently seeing. So, yeah, not a major fan of that aspect from Zoun. I'd kind of like to see him doing something else. Like, he has the setup to do other things. He's just not going into them yet. Such as, you know, he has the ability to build Tempest, right? But he's not going into them yet. Maybe that's just waiting for the chance to kind of, you know, be in a better spot. Maybe he kills off some more Vikings. Maybe Ryung kind of builds, you know, Liberators, and it really is just worth it. You see Advanced Ballistics coming up, so Ryung's thinking about the idea of Liberators, if nothing else already. 3 upgrades coming through with that prism speed. And +1 air armor coming up also. Nexus is about halfway done, so again, that Nexus completed. Just going to see the 3 upgrades coming through, +2 ship weapons, advanced ballistics coming by. I guess one of my main issues for Ryung is, let's just look at Zoun's map, you know? Like, he has bases everywhere. So as Ryung, you've got to try and overcome the guy that's got a base on every single location he could possibly dream of, apart from, what, the bottom left-hand corner? I mean, that's an issue. Oh no, the disruptors, the double disruptor shot there actually lands as well. It's kind of, I mean, that's going to really kind of catapult you forward into a great starting position, if nothing else, and actually may just keep you there in general, to be honest. That's an incredible start. Now the Stalk is chasing through. A lot of those units going to get chased away. Bio pulling back for a little bit. We see the 3 upgrades still coming through. A couple of EMPs trying to come down. The Zealot Disruptor Stalker Force still chasing as we go. I mean, Ryung just took a bad start of that fight. He was very split up. A lot of his units were sat there not doing much. And then you eat the Disruptor shots on top of that. It's going to leave you in a troubling place. And that's exactly what took place here. And like I said, I think Ryung is very quickly going to be in the wrong place overall in this game. You can see the SCV still going down. So a little bit more damage being done. Rest of the bio coming over. Disruptors trying to get a little bit more onto the bio forces. Clipping a Marauder here and there. Got a couple ghosts coming through as well. Just going to see the Viking Liberator still moving about for now. So very reasonable as the libs will come about. It's going to be jumping through. The Immortal taking some more damage as well. Another ship on the way, the extra carriers coming through, the observers building up, so all of that coming over. We are going to have ourselves the Zealot Stalker Force pushing through. The Liberators will begin to siege, so we just get sieged up. Cloaking starts from Ryung as well. We do see the cannons on the way through. And on a few batteries as well, so the batteries coming up, cannons on the way. The carriers and the interceptors all coming around as we just have the Dark Templar continue to build as well. Get rid of ones that are just on the edge there. Still got a couple carriers coming through. Next and the cannons all on the way in. Medevac splitting apart and figuring out where they want to be. EMP's coming down across that army. Disruptors are going to go big on that right side. Pretty decent connections right there from Zoun. Definitely not a bad start to this at all. And now just maybe seeing the rest of the buy going to try and fight through a few of those stalkers as the carriers continue to get going, and that is going to just do it. So GG's. Man, carriers twice today. I mean, I guess it's Zoun a couple of times, right? Just finding some carrier success, but interesting that he is kind of continuing to build carriers where people have really steered far and wide away from carriers for the most part recently. Makes a lot of sense. Alright, our second map here is going to be White Rabbit, guys. Let me get that started. Get this underway. We'll jump into some more PvT as Zoun looking pretty solid. Obviously, is the 1-0 in the group. Win this, you're going to go to 2-0 already. Feeling good, most likely. Get this ready to rumble. Alright, second game. Zoun ready's up, and I think we're good to go. Ready, go, go, go. Let's do this. You see those disruptor shots? Yeah, they are some of the better disruptor shots you're going to get, no doubt. Alright, we're going to go and kick off into White Rabbit, guys. So, game number 2, Zoun up 1-0. As he looks to get to 2-0 in the group stage here in Korean Royale Season 4. Load right in. As at the bottom left, we're going to have ourselves the blue Brawlers player. This will be Zoun. He's up a game, taking on Ryung, the red Terran, in the top right side of White Rabbit. And one of the ladder maps we're more familiar with, because the players have been playing on it for a bit longer, so yeah. So, what are we expecting? I wonder if Ryung gets a little bit more aggressive, because obviously kind of the longer game is not quite being his friend there. I think there is a little bit of an efficiency issue kind of, you know, going into the later stages, so I wonder if that might be something we can look to. All those barracks just on the way out, so bring that straight through here. Finery on the way up, SCV on the way, adding on a gateway to go along with this as well, so again, just a whole bunch of little bits and pieces coming through to begin as we get started. The barracks going to finish very, very soon, so again, get that on the go. Figure out what our plan is going to be, as we just have a couple of the racks going through, so all that on the way. Orbitals coming up, Marines building, and we are well and truly operational right about now as the Cybercore and the Zealot will continue by for the moment. Marine going to go in after the probes for a couple of seconds there. Zealot and the Cybercore going to be finishing very shortly. As we do have the, again, a couple of Marines continuing by for now, so getting that all set up. The battery's going to come down to the high ground. Obviously, with this bunker here, we continue to apply this pressure, and Ryung fully set to fight now in this game number 2. Let's see, Zealot going to try to do its thing. It's interesting because you're playing the high ground here as well. Kind of keeps you in a little bit of a funky place. When Marines coming up, that factory is going to be on the way as well. So we get our follow-up from Ryung. Said he might get a bit more aggressive. Obviously, this is definitely on the verge of some of the most aggressive you can be without maybe committing to like a full 1-1-1, like one base all in. I mean, this is the kind of build where it's like you want to get something done early, but you're not really looking to have kill potential unless things go extremely wrong for Zoun. So you end up in this position where like you force them into one base, then you set up yourself, you take a very slow expansion eventually more than likely, and then you just go from there. And there's the expansion, and you're keeping your opponent from expanding because the bunkers are still on the low ground. And like I say, then it's down to Zoun. What does he want to do? Does he just settle for the later expansion, or does he try to punish and capitalize on where this game is going to? Like I say, that's a good question in the grand scheme of things. Those few Marines continue to play a little bit of defense in that bunker against those Stalkers, stopping them from getting too much more done for the moment. You see the Zealot getting cleaned out. A couple of the Stalkers coming through. Marines going to jump back into that bunker, going in and out all the time, so just continuing to roll. As again, extra Stalkers coming through, Cyclone on the way in. Those extra gates all setting up, so we are fully sending the one base commitment here from Zoun. He has got that prism, he's got 3 gates of warp in potential. It's just 3, so he's got 4. So he's got all the warping potential he needs to just go. So we will see what happens. Siege tank continues to build across. you see our Stalkers in the Prism continue to move over as well. It's just going to step straight over there, just going to start hitting a little bit onto some depots and so on. We are going to see the SCV is going to pull forward to try and repair that bunker. That's going to be essential. We're going to shoot. Stalkers taking some more damage. A few more hits just coming by initially. And yeah, Siege Tank, SCV, and the depot all coming up. Get the probes on the way out. I'm still going for the SCV. Gonna see that prism coming through. Again, Twilight will finish very shortly. Orbital's gonna come across. Those Stalkers obviously holding the position. We are expanding his Zoun. Now it's his turn to kind of return the favor. So Ryung was delaying Zoun from being able to expand, hence why Zoun is over here with the prism and everything. And now it's Zoun's turn to delay Ryung from expanding, and Ryung will slowly work his way out with siege tanks, trying his best in that regard over the next few moments, you'd imagine. Trying to keep that all moving. We've seen a couple tank shots already, and those Stalkers taking some hits, so a few shots coming about. Got our Marines, we've got ourselves a stem on the way, Engineering Bay and the barracks coming through as well, so again, just lots of little bits and pieces getting going right now, as we just have a couple Nexus coming online, the Blink coming over. And a lot of that already coming straight on forward. I mean, now that Ryung is on the natural, his stim's on the way. I mean, this game state looks pretty okay for Ryung, right? The later natural, and now a later third base. So we're only going to be 33 workers currently as Zoun. So Ryung's actually ahead on workers, so his economy is pretty darn decent so far. Really not bad at all. As again, the stim pack and the +1 continue to come through. Temple Archives will continue. We'll finish very shortly to the Nexus. And the extra probes continue to come by as well. Just going to see the Cyclone getting rid of that hallucination. Still seeing the upgrades coming across. And yeah, the reactor will be finishing very shortly from Ryung. A couple of SCVs coming by. Medevac and the rest of the units coming over as well. I mean, Stim's about to finish, still got that Storm and the Charge starting up, so it's a question now of when does Ryung feel confident to move out. Typically, he's the next player to move out in this scenario, but if he doesn't feel like he can, there's very realistically a chance he just sits back as well and just says, okay, I'll settle down, and then, you know, that's when the pros player hits their mid-game economy, and we start to get into a very comfortable position at that point, moving through and continuing to kind of establish this game plan in general, so definitely a few things to potentially look to as those few Stalkers head down toward the bottom left, just returning home. And yeah, like I said, Ryung clearly not feeling confident on moving out. And I get it as well, like your opponent's being right up in your face in kind of a weird game that you did kind of, you know, bring upon yourself. You're the one that started this all off with the Proxy 2 racks. We've seen a few Marines coming through as well. A couple of shots going off on the medevac. Is it going to take that down? The Stalkers going to be continuing to take some damage. The Sentry will be firing back too. So a little bit of back and forth. Follow that bio and the medevac force still coming up. The command center and the barracks building over. Bomb coming down the bottom. Gets a lock on initially to a High Templar, but there is a battery. And that Cyclone is not exactly going to stick around long enough to make the difference there. There goes the Storm into place. Just going to get that going immediately as well. And a few more units warping in. There's going to be a few additional Zealots warping in. The Archon and the +1 upgrade coming up as well. Bio fighting back. The Zealot's taking a ton of damage. Talon going down means that Zoun is supply blocked. So Zoun supply blocked super quickly. Gonna be seeing the rest of these Stalkers blinking through and just gonna try and get on top of everything else. With the Zealots surrounding from the other side, it turns into a pretty darn good fight for our Protoss player. Ryung ends up retreating away, and I think we've still got Storms remaining as well. So Zoun with a very comfortable cleanup and hold. And we'll see how far he goes counterattacking, because he has the Prism to warp in aggressively if he feels like he can do so. He might just feel as though this was enough for now, and I think that is going to be his final kind of conclusion here. So decides that's just going to be, like I say, enough for the moment. The rest of the bio and the medevac's regathering over on that side and just getting set back together. Let's result to the middle of the map. We get ready to shove ourselves to the upper right hand side just in general right here. So again, pushing through, Woodermine is going to go towards the Archon. The Prism actually takes a pretty big hit right there, so taking some shots. Still trying to step forward, Storm still ticking away. Because of shells, armor upgrade continuing through, the Ghost and the Marines all building as well. The Biounts can get there, Zealots going down. Again, a few SCVs dropping thus far as the Prism still settles into the top left hand side. So Prism just going to hang about right there for now. Binary coming through. Again, just going to be seeing the +2, the +1 coming over. Prism and the Thermal Lens setting up. The Robo will continue. This is the point, though, where because Zoun has won that big fight, now Ryung feels like he's got to be a little bit slower, a little bit more careful, right? And so you're back at home playing more cautiously here. And as you sit back and play more cautiously, the concern becomes is that the Protoss player just starts to expand. So you get a bunch of bases up here, basically, as Zoun, and Ryung's response is to, well, you know, look at this scenario and be like, huh, I don't like this, don't love where we're at right now. But what does he do about it? Like, dropping has not been as much of a thing for Terran players as of late. Any map control from the Protoss, and boom, you're losing the medevac way too easily. And there's always that fear if you kind of drop, you're just out of position if the Protoss does attack you too in this mid-game phase when they're pretty strong. So what do you do as Ryung here? I mean, now you need to just kind of get towards that fourth base and start holding on, I think. So that's where Zoun's going to take the advantage. While he maybe didn't, you know, win out in those trades with Ryung, he definitely scared Ryung and pushed him back. I think he did win out. But, like, you know, I think you can describe it as just like, oh, he won the fight. But this really was the sort of fight you want to win because you can capitalize on it. And Zoun's capitalization so far is looking pretty darn awesome. There's a few additional Stalkers. Going to just move around a little bit in the bottom side. A few extra gates coming up. The next is on the way. Thermal Lens, +3, +2. All coming up as well. So we continue bringing a lot of that into play for the moment. Up and down a little scan around as we just have the extra Vikings on the way through. I mean, Ryung may be maxed out before the next time they fight, which is fine. I'm not sure that Zoun's going to be overly upset about that necessarily. I think he's going to be okay with it. Here comes this Zoun army trying to push across the other side currently, so, I mean, he's going to get ready to go. He's maxed out, so if you can take a good maxed out fight, then great. The thing is that Ryung is close to being maxed out as well, and he's going to be the defender, so you would naturally expect Ryung to be in an okay spot here still, so we'll see how it plays. A couple of Storms already coming straight through. It's going to be seeing a couple of Viking shots going by as well. I mean, that defender's advantage, you know? Vikings do a great job, and retreating is always scary. There goes the Prism, just dies with a bunch of units still inside as well. Expected that to be a little bit neater, actually, if I'm going to be honest. And that's, I guess, maybe a little bit of a shame right there, as we just see the rest of this resettling now, so... Yeah, I mean, a little bit messy from Zoun backing away and not looking too hot at the end of all that. Not exactly ideal, as you see the cloaking coming through. Marine Marauder still coming by for the moment. Let's see a couple of EMPs coming down. Just going to be seeing the storm coming through. So again, looking for a little bit extra. Stalker chasing up, Viking coming across. Just going to be seeing the cannon's going to be there. And the bio going to get turned around once again as well. Percival's just going to dive through SCVs. Going down. 9 workers going down. A few Vikings overhead. The rest of the Marines and the Ghosts coming over. Again, the Colossus, the armor, and shields building through from Zoun. This is the issue I have with Ryung. It's like, it goes well until it's not really going well anymore, you know? Like, it goes well and then boom, it's done. You know, like, that's it. Like, we had a good fight and Zoun just recovers and off we are and everything's a-okay. And you're like, is that really, like how is that, you know, is that sustainable then, I guess, is just the question mark from the Terran. And so far today, no, it has not really been sustainable at all, quite frankly. Again, we got the Colossus, the shields, the +3 armor coming through as well. So just continue to bring all of that online. Army coming back around on the right side. It's going to be seeing the 3-3 upgrades coming through, the missile turret coming by as well. It's going to be seeing a couple of command centers coming up, Vikings and the medevacs going through once again. The Stalks and the Zealots are going to step through. We're just going to see the Zealots trying to charge on forward. A couple of Colossus going back the other way. Excuse me a moment, guys. Had to just tap quickly to run the snooze on the ads before they ran during the game. As we do have continued little push forward here then. On the side of Ryung. It's going to chase on through 3 upgrades coming about. Bio Viking Ghost all gathering around. The command center going to drop into the center. We just have ourselves the air weapon upgrade, the +2 shields coming through. Again, the cannon and the battery all coming online as well. So just bringing a lot of that up and into play. Can Zoun push into these middle positions and into these bases of the Terran over the near future to see success or not? Defense ballistics coming by, the few Vikings are building up, the Tempest and the Observers very much so still on the way through. We've got the cannons still producing as well. And there's a couple of obs too. I mean, that's the issue, is that because Zoun's rich off the mid-game, he can try and secure himself into the later stages with all of the static defense, making it so difficult for the Terran to ever just show up and just play effectively into those bases and look for denials. And Zoun continues to maintain the map control. That's very preemptive warning storm kind of out on the left-hand side. Do not hate that, though. Would rather see a wasted preemptive storm than like an opportunity for this army just to run straight through. The 3-3 upgrades, the +2 ship weapons, and advanced ballistics all coming by. Everything else still coming up. Viking in the armory coming over as well. As you are going to see another storm coming into place. The medevacs coming by. And a lot of this continuing to come through as we just see ourselves the army chasing forward. A couple of Archon Colossus going down once again. Not a bad end to this fight from Ryung. There are carriers in production from Zoun though. And again, he's been very good with the carriers today. And he's on his way to that same sort of space. And he still has units left over here, chasing forward. The orbital on the edge has to lift off and retreat. And Ryung is going to take a moment to bring other units by. Jumping back onto the rest of those Zealots currently. Getting rid of a few of those so far. Again, Marine Marauder, Ghost, Medevac all coming up. As you just have the orbital command going to go put itself down. Again, Mothership, carriers, Zealots producing. The 3 ship weapons going to be a part of this as well. A couple of Liberators coming about, the carriers coming over, and a few Stalkers in the Mothership continue to come online also. So we get all of that up and running here. The Medevac Bio Viking Force coming back through And just taking a couple of moments as we join up onto the planetary fortress. The one thing I will say for Ryung is that throughout all of this, while the trades have been fairly even, is that he has also maintained his bases pretty nicely. Like, he's been pretty consistently on the 5 base. The issue just being is, again, he's just not done anything to Zoun, and it just feels like you're so reliant on Zoun running in, failing, you know, not being successful on his own attack, and it just all kind of just crumbling from there, basically. And I just don't think Zoun's going to crumble because he's only ever attacking when he has the setup to be able to rebuild comfortably, even if the trade is not 100% perfect. And usually what happens, even if the trade feels like it's going well for Ryung, is that you end up kind of taking this trade where it's like a little bit bad, but not terribly bad, right? Like, it's like bad for a few moments, and that's about it. Liberators sieging up. The Zealots coming along the side. EMP coming down. Going to drop ourselves into position for a couple moments. We are going to see the Zealots going the other way. The army coming around the right as we see a couple of the Interceptors launching through. Zealots now charging on that right-hand side. A couple of the SCVs being picked off. The Bio Army coming over. And we are going to see one more storm in on the Marine Marauder there. The Ghost as well, all taking hefty damage for the moment. +3 ship weapons, +1 vehicle plating. The Ghost, the Vikings all coming up. We got a couple carriers in the Tempest coming by as well. Oracle, +2 shields, +3 shields, +2 air armor. As obviously the upgrades are very far along here from Zoun. Why wouldn't they be, realistically? I mean, he's been in a great spot. He's been able to kind of, you know, spend the money which he's been making. He's been making a lot of it with all of those bases that we see. So yeah, why would it be any other way? Just having our a little run-in. I mean, nice to see Ryung trying to do something, but you see the immediate issue. It's like you get some static defenses and bam, that's it. Thank you for trying. What else are you really going to do here? Nuke is on its way, about halfway done. The bio units will step by once more. Just going to get a couple of Zealots coming through too. The Liberator is going to siege up. We are going to see the rest of this Protoss army heading up toward the top side. Tempest doing what they can to pick their way through, and actually going to succeed a little bit in getting rid of some of the Liberators here, which is obviously amazing because getting rid of those Libs is going to be a massive deal. So we get rid of those, we push those back. And 4 more Vikings are building through. The Neosteel plating coming up. So just going to get across the bunker. Coming through, and we just have the rest of this continue along. Just going to be seeing a little bit more being dealt right now. Those Vikings are going to get a few shots off as well. We are going to be seeing the Tempest still going to be here, though. The carriers are still going to throw themselves onto this planetary fortress with the storms as well. I mean, this planetary is going to go down. Ryung tries to step down into this. Well, the planetary is actually going to live. The SCV surviving through the storm and able to get enough repair off to actually make that work out for the moment. So that is turning out to be kind of okay, just for now at least. So that's kind of neat. Could have been a lot worse, right, as the Archon starts up and Nuke launched itself in toward the static defense over in this direction. So the Nuke looking to just get rid of a few cannons. So, I mean, I guess the Zealot will just help with the Storm to kill that Ghost. So, never mind, no Nuke will land here. Cannons will be safe for now as we continue to try and deal with High Templars versus Ghosts on the other side of the map. Ryung's work account is dropping, but if he can get maxed out with a lower work account, maybe he can take some good trades that maybe just give him enough of an opportunity or enough of an advantage to make things happen here. Possibilities for sure. Now we're going to be seeing our carrier production continuing up as well, so just bringing that straight in. The Ghost going back through. The Sentinel going to take some more damage. You're going to see the Vikings getting straight there. Once again, able to commit for a bit of value right away. We're just going to have ourselves the Tempest obviously able to chip away from a distance too, and they're going to love that opportunity to get in and, again, basically just free damage, right? All this tight defense going down for early. A Ghost step forwards by mistake. Second one does get an EMP off at least, but then what is the follow-up? We're not committing onto these Tempests yet. They're doing great damage. The Revelation allowing you to see for as far as you need to. And those Tempests making full use of their range, poking, prodding, and deciphering this Terran setup as we make some work so far here. A couple more storms coming down. We step away with the Tempest once again then. And try and commit through. All the Vikings on that left-hand side. Do we have a storm over there? We do not have a storm right now. There's one on the bottom that's available. High Tempest trying to get through. There's two available. Didn't find the EMPs on them, as now you see that Zoun is able to start pushing through this. I think that is going to be kind of all they wrote for Ryung, because I don't think he had a lot of wiggle room to kind of make errors here. And it does feel like he's coming out of this in a position now where maybe a few too many errors were made, and this becomes a little bit too costly overall, and it just ends up not quite being what you need it to be. Love the Tempest shot still flying through. The Zelds are going to come charging forward. You can see the bio coming over. Just going to see the recall coming down onto the rest of those units. That's just going to get that grab. Just going to see the Zelds being caught. Vikings Ghost coming through. Plus 2 vehicle plane coming in. Tempest carriers and the Colossus all building by. Another nuke. That was one. I mean, this one was going to friendly fire, so this one's just trying to scare the Protoss away a little bit, if at all possible. So just trying our best with that kind of a move. As going to be seeing another collection of the Terran. I mean, at this point, Ryung only has 29 SCVs. So the rebuild is a problem. We're 26 minutes deep here on White Rabbit. So yeah, the rebuild is a big issue at this stage. I get the feeling that Ryung just, like I say, has kind of bled out over time. Like, he's never been able to take the fight to Zoun. While he's had some okay fights, Zoun's always scraped together a bit of value at the end of it all. And we've never seen much of this, right? Like, bio units showing up and denying a base, making Zoun's life difficult. And despite getting to the later stages, Ryung has never really ended up on the army that's completely wiped Zoun out late and then taken advantage of the map himself. So even playing for the later stage of the game has not exactly benefited him here. And Ryung is going to be, man, I feel bad for Ryung because he really had such an awesome start in day one. He 2-0's Q, and then he actually plays great games against Reno and Solar. Got to feel good coming into today, and then today's just not going his way. Lose this, you're 1-4 in the group, one match left to play against NightMare. Pretty much a must-win if you want a chance to advance. But yeah, really not looking ideal for you. Especially with not taking any maps in these series. I mean, against the 2 Zergs and here against Zoun, looking as though it's probably 2 zeros. Took one map against Percival while losing was decent. He did 2-0 in his win. Just trying to like scrape together some map score hope just in case somehow there's like a tiebreaker that can get him out of there. So yeah, I think reality is that Ryung is in trouble in this event, as you see Zoun still knocking on the front door, but on the sideway door, taking that base. Forced it to be lifted, pushing it away. To be fair, the minerals are gone there, so I'm not sure how much Ryung cares. He might be more focused on trying to get the top right truly up and operational if he actually wants a base right now. He is focused on very heavy just Viking production as well, so no surprises about that. Let's just see another little grab in the center. And 5 Vikings at a time, all well and good, but you're going to have one army, and this one army has to win the fight, walk across the map, and somehow withstand 7,000 minerals and 7,000 gas worth of reinforcements. Like, it's not pretty. It's not a good day to be Ryung right now here on White Rabbit. This game is going from bad to worse the more I look at it, and I've got nothing to do but look at it because not much else is really going on. We do drop the EMP versus feedback little war there. Just a little bit funky for a few moments. Gonna get the mothership on the attempted recall. Zoun scared about the positioning. Feels like losing the high temple a bit too soon and just out of position perhaps. So he drops the recall to try and recover and to try and minimize issues. A couple of refineries still coming up. The mothership and the observer coming by for the moment. So again, we get that all set to go. You can see the rest of the bio coming straight through, and the Vikings still overhead. The bio stepping straight forward. Cannon's taking some damage. Again, knocking down this base is one of the locations that at least Ryung can have some success on, but that's a base basically on his side of the map. Like, he needs this to go down. He needs that base himself at some point, probably, or the alternative at least, which he's not really close to either. So again, another one of the reasons why we just don't love where we sit right now in this game. Orbital will land all the other units moving about. Viking's going to get rid of an observer over to the sides. A little bit of bio jumping onto those assimilators. The Zealot's going to be in some trouble too. Actually gets rid of quite a few probes there, which is not a bad little addition either. 25 workers going down still, and so we are going to have ourselves a little bit more cleanup. So we actually killing a bunch of probes, but only because Zoun wants them to. Zoun doesn't have as many places to mine from anymore, so get rid of the probes, build more army supply, and ensure that whenever this fight is coming up happens, it's going to be as convincing as it could possibly be. That is going to be the goal on this one for sure. Shots on the Vikings, they get rid of an Oracle, step back over the other direction for a little bit, just pulling back in over there. And yeah, I mean, carriers coming through, the cannons and so coming up, add a couple batteries on as well. A lot of that coming straight by is just have the rest of this army collecting together. A lot of Vikings. I mean, realistically, if there's a chance for Ryung, 31 Vikings wiping out the air army, and then you just hope that maybe you have enough ground army to deny any quick reinforcements, and you maybe do it. The problem is by the time you kill 3 bases of Zoun, he's going to have rebuilt like a massive army just from other bases, right? Like, there's no one position you can kind of run to here as Ryung. As like, if you win a fight, this is the heart of the Protoss, which if you take it down is going to truly kind of keep you winning this game. What if we bait him into a nuke? Baiting him into the nuke! Baiting him into the nuke! It's too far away. We're gonna get some cannons, but then Ryung is in the fight, and I don't think Ryung really wants to be in the fight. He doesn't really have much choice. He has to do this. Because it's only getting worse as time ticks by. He doesn't have any economy. His opponent's bank gets larger. GG's. Zoun takes game number 2. It's not a very exciting ending, because I felt like we knew this was coming for a while. It was a 32-minute game. Pretty decent, kind of juicy one right in the middle there. As that is going to be GG's, and that, my friends, is going to be Zoun getting off to a great start then in the tournament, 2-0 so far. He'll play NightMare at the end of the day. Before we get there, it will be NightMare versus Ryung. So we'll get NightMare Ryung started now on Vito's. I will be a moment, guys. I'll throw the break screen up. We'll come back more StarCraft on the other side. I'll see you guys soon. Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing? Just waiting for this to get underway. Okay, we're gonna have a different map at least. So White Rabbit, Ruby Rock, and I don't know which one's left, but it's one of the others at least that will be used. Oh, Celestial, I think, is actually left in this map pool as well, so that's kind of exciting. Very exciting indeed. Awesome. Alright, we'll get that going in a couple moments, guys. StarCraft 2 resuming real soon. How's everyone doing today? While we have a couple of moments just waiting for the players. Alright, having some lobby banter while we wait for NightMare to return. Taco Surf 2, 4, 8, 8, 16, 16, 8. Not going down? No, we're just going up. Don't know why I thought we were going to go back down, to be honest, but thank you for the cumulative 30 bits. Appreciate you. How you doing? Thank you so much. Thank you so much indeed. A couple moments to wait for, like I said, this to get going. Yeah, a couple things I want to mention quickly. Sorry. So, first of all, if you're on the if you're watching anywhere, like, subscribe on the YouTube, follow on the Twitch. I haven't really mentioned much stuff today. We've been kind of just going on the games. But we do have a couple of sponsorship things going on. First of all, Marvel Strike Force. If you download Marvel Strike Force, it directly supports the stream. So there's a link in the Twitch chat. If you !Marvel, you can get the link for that. Downloading supports the stream. Like, literally just installing. It's very rare that just installing does anything nowadays. But yeah, just installing works out. So you can just install. If you level up, you support even further. Everything you do helps out. So check that out. !Marvel. If you're looking for a free rate to support the StarCraft 2 that we run, sponsorships are one of the best ways to get involved with. Because the sponsors doing well means that we get to get more sponsors in the future. And they really are one of the best ways that we can create money and revenue in order to provide you guys more StarCraft 2 and to run these tournaments with high prize pools. So do check that out. The other sponsor we have is a YouTube video for a game called Anno 117. If you !Anno in the Twitch chat, then you can go and check that out. I literally put this up yesterday on my YouTube. We get very few YouTube sponsors. I would love it if you gave it a click. Even if you just watch the video, you don't have to buy the game or anything. It's literally just a sponsored YouTube video. Give the video a watch. Even if you just watch a couple minutes or leave a like on that video, that would be amazing. I'd really appreciate it, because we don't get a lot of YouTube sponsors, and I'd like it to do sort of half decently at least when we do get them. So, like I say, if you have a few moments, go check it out. I appreciate it if you do. I'll push that again a little bit at the end. Harston with the raid. Wow. Harston trying to catch me out, trying to catch me mid-sellout, but boom, I was done. I wasn't still selling out at the start of this game, 1 minute in. No, not at all. I was finished. I was talking about the extremely exciting process of a probe and an SCV moving across the map. Ryung is building barracks in his base, which is obviously a much more normalized way of going about things. As we get going. The bot doesn't work on YouTube. Yes, I don't have the bot on YouTube. But if you want to find the stuff on YouTube... I mean, if you're already on YouTube, the video I'm talking about is literally just on the YouTube channel. It's the most recently uploaded video. And the Marvel Strike Force has a QR code that pops up sometimes, I guess you can check out. If you really want the link, I will get the links and send them to you. I really believe, Black Bear, that you got this if you really need to find them. I'm very happy to share on the YouTube too. I just don't have to, so I don't always do it, you know. Post the link. Which one? Both of them? Gonna make me go find both the links here while this engineering blade block goes down. I'll do it. The Marvel. That's the one I don't have easy access to. I actually have to go into Twitch myself and find the command and all the rest of it. Ay, ay, ay. Look at this, having to work for the money that I make. It's crazy. Do. Alright. So, Stoker's going to ping away at this set of rocks. Nexus is coming down, and Twilight Council to accompany it in the end as we get that all started off. Ryung is heading into an additional barracks, so he might be sticking to the one base here for a little while and really just upping the ante and the aggression a little bit. Just going to be seeing the Twilight Council, the gate, and the Nexus all coming through, the Warp Gate coming over. Again, the Gateway still coming up for the moment, so see ourselves the blink and that Warp Gate all coming through, so that's getting settled in. Factory is going to crank out this cycle in the next couple of moments, so we'll get that out in a moment or so and get going from there. And the blink coming up, siege tank and the starport coming in as well. Continue to get that up and rolling here. So again, a few different bits of positivity coming through for now. Let's just have that depot coming down. The few Marines are going to be there. Cyclone stepping across as well for the moment. In that blink building, Warp Gate on the way, the Robo Facility coming through, the couple batteries coming up as well. And a lot of that on the way by for now as a couple Stalkers gather up at the center. So they're just going to be hanging about. Medevac and the Marines all on the way as well. And the depot going to be a part of this too. Yeah, really not a bad setup just yet as the Medevac tank and Marines continue to build on by. So going to get all of that on the way as well. As Medevac is going to go boosting, a couple of the Marines going to follow up as well. Just going to continue to move across for a couple of seconds. So big push from Ryung. I mean, obviously, this is one base, guys. So he needs to do damage with this. He needs to see success. And realistically, in this group stage, Ryung needs to see success right now as well. It's his last match of the group. A loss here, and he's 1-5. That's very, very unlikely to get him through the group as we see the Marines, the Cyclone, and the tank all gathering together. And putting some damage in initially. Battery is already pretty low energy. Cyclone lock-on's nice. Forces the energy overcharge early, or the recharge early, I should say, sorry. So calling that the wrong thing. Months after the fact. Yeah, I mean, we're going to lose this first battery. We're starting to set up defenses on a second layer here, but the problem is going to be, I mean, if that pylon goes down, we lose access to the robo, that would be bad. I think we do have another pylon building. Oh, we're going to blink in! Tank didn't unsiege. There's actually another tank further back. I do not love that from NightMare. I think that's pulling the trigger too soon. Because that is a lot of his units just lost. And it was just unnecessary. That was like a, oh, you only have one tank still? Let's go. If he only had that one tank, sure, that may have been fine. This is horrible now. This Immortal's on its own as it spawns. At this stage, you can just straight up kill the Robo Facility. Stalker does get away, blink into the high ground, but that's going to be about it in terms of getaways. Tank siege is up a bit closer forward, and yeah, this entire natural is doomed. Stalker's going to try and blink in, so we're going to try and go for the tank. We get rid of the Immortal. We will get the siege tank. Surely it's low HP. The probe HP bar was covering the tank HP bar, but it doesn't matter. Ryung is going to take game number 1, and the one base is going to work out. And I just think NightMare pulled the trigger too soon. I do not think he had to go in that moment. I think he was fine to just wait it out a little bit, but it didn't happen and didn't work like that. GG's, and we go to a game number 2 with Ryung taking the 1-0 lead in the best of 3. Celestial Enclave will be map 2 as well, so we're actually going to see big in-base expansion map. Haven't seen this one yet since it hit the ladder, so let's get into it. If you already installed it from a while back, if you uninstall it and do it again, will it work? I have no idea, mate. Probably not. If you already have it installed, don't worry about it. I don't want to fudge numbers. Like, the point is for new people to install it, so... If you've not already done it, don't worry about it. Yo, Minute 4, thank you so much for installing Marvel Strike Force. Appreciate you. Like I say, every time that pops up, that's money in the bank account. And that money, you know what's being spent on, guys? More StarCraft 2. As we kick off into this and we get ready to rumble, away we go. Get ready to kick off into the action. Thanks so much for another install. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you for checking it out. As we have in the top right side, the Blue Terran player up 1-0 then in this best of 3. It is going to be Ryung taking on our red Protoss player in the bottom left. It is going to be NightMare. Two of the series. So away we go. What's up, Zeos Inc? Thank you so much for the 28-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. As we get this underway. I guess give me one sec. Alrighty. So we get ourselves up onto this Reaper on the way. Cybercore and the Zealot coming up. We just see the probes coming through. We get settled down for a couple of moments here. So again, up and rolling. Nexus on the way down. On the low ground as well. Gonna get that building as our Cybercore comes straight into play. And yeah, just going to be seeing the, this base over here is an in-base, but it is the half base. So it's 5 mineral patches, 1 gas. So typically better to keep it on for a little bit later. As you see that probe going in after the SCV for a couple of moments as well. Hey, thank you for the Prime subs, guys. Of course, if you are enjoying the stream today, outside of the sponsored stuff I mentioned to support the channel, obviously the usual stuff is still there, so you can Prime subscribe and all the regular things. As at this point, we might genuinely be... We're going to lose a bunch of subs in the next few days, so we might actually get to the point where we're fighting to stay above 500 subs. Sub life is really wild, isn't it? It goes up, it goes down. It's very volatile. Alrighty, so Ryung into the top right, just return home with the SCV. That is a mineral little wall thing that only workers can walk through, so it's a worker-only pathway. So only workers can walk through that, which means that that in-base expand is typically very safe. Things just can't walk into there, but the worker can walk in and out of it as an access point. Starport coming through. And orbital coming about. The Hellion on the way in. Up in the shade on by, just going to be seeing the blink and a warp gate coming through. Stalker still setting up as well, so again we get that all building for the moment. Again, wouldn't mind the SCV building as well, so just some little bits and pieces coming through for the moment and getting up and rolling as the Adept is going to try and get the Reaper. Reaper in a dangerous spot, but it does outposition the Adept Shade. That blink still building through, the gateway is still coming about, so we continue to get that going for the moment. Just going to see the robo facility and the gate continue to produce then, so bringing that straight through for now. Get that all up and running. Over these next few moments, Marines, the medevac gathering up, the barracks is going to get in position there, about halfway done. Tech labs will build, Deeper will come over, and the Adept will shade through the natural in toward the main base, so getting straight across there, moving over. And evacuate a couple of mines. Continue to head down to the south side. And again, that blink about to finish. Robo facility in the gateway, all coming through. Probe stalk production continues just for the moment. I got the stalkers getting there. Medevac goes down. A couple of wooden mines get burrowed up. So 3 workers going down. We've seen the tank, the Marines, and the Raven coming through as well. It's just going to be coming across. Thank you for more Marvel Strike Force stuff, guys. I don't have the thing. I don't know what's making the Marvel Strike Force sound, but I don't have the widget on, so I don't know what the sound's coming through on this part of the screen. But like, yeah, you hear the sound, you don't see it. I'll say thank you properly after. Factory steps over to the sides. Just going to be seeing the storm coming up. Stalker and the obs coming by as well. Storm, High Templar's coming about, Stimpack +1 coming through as well. It's going to be having ourselves the Medevacs and the Marauder coming by. Going to have again the Storm and the Prism coming up, the extra gates coming over. Just coming by for now. A few gates coming in, the High Templar coming over. It's going to shoot, just going to be seeing the rocks going down, a little bit more damage being done. And that Ghost Academy coming through, a couple of mines coming up, SCV, Marine Marauder, building on by. It's going to be seeing a little bit of bio on the Medevacs coming into the center here. So Ryung just holding position a little bit, up in supply right now here on Celestial Enclave. Ghost Academy about to finish. Bunker coming through. The Vikings on the way over. That Orbital Command online as well. And that charge about to finish up. Our Nexus will build as well. And we just have Observer or so scouting around trying to see what else is going on. And that charge is about to finish up. So again, that charge completed here. And we have ourselves just all the tech you could want on the way here as NightMare right now. So all of that coming through. Robo Bay and Forge coming up. Going to be seeing the Stalkers gathering the Prism coming over. And a little bit of bio collecting through as well. Nexus Robo Bay Forge coming up and online. The High Templar will be building. Solid Stalker will just be there. Chase the bio away for a couple of moments. Nexus on the way on both sides. Just going to see that Robo Base still coming through. Robotics facility building. We have got the Prism going to drop off one Zealot and head into that mineral line. Just go after the SCVs. So a little bit of harassment coming through. The High Templar didn't find a Storm just yet. Now it does Storm. We'll get a lot of those SCVs low, and the second Storm actually helps to kill. So we're going to get 12 workers. We're not expecting that much damage overall, but pretty significant at the end of the day. Not bad at all. It's just going to see the couple of Vikings are moving back through. And we have Yeah, the prism just recoiling out of there, so just keeping itself nice and safe. Very nicely done for the moment. Well, next coming about, the Colossus coming over, make that a couple as the +1 attack and armor both coming through. The Zealot's just going to swipe away at the rocks on that right-hand side. Everything else coming through as well. You have our Colossus and the extended thermal lance. The upgrades all coming by. The Zealots will take the chance to jump onto the rocks right here and again open up this little bit of space. Starport coming through as well. And the Colossus is stuck right there, so take a moment, figure it out. Just gonna be seeing a couple of Zealots still stepping over, and yeah, we free ourselves. And those, just gonna have to rebuild the pylon because it did power the forge. Never a fun time when you block your own Colossus in, have to depower your upgrade to free it. It just feels bad, you know. It just feels a little bit rough, plain and simple. +2, +1 still on the way through, by the way. So +2 and +1 building. The extended thermal lance coming over. Gates coming by. The Stargate is coming along, adding on a cannon as well, as the medevacs will be flying about also. A couple of scans continue to drop straight into place. And we do have our, a couple of ghosts coming through. Command centers on the way up. A lot of this still coming into play right now, as you do see those few Zealots moving through as well. So just, again, a bit of everything coming over right now. Looking good for the moment. +3, +2. Upgrades continue to come about. Again, cloaking coming over. Viking medevac on the way. We have the command centers building also. A scan. Bio Ghost going to get there. I see a couple of those Stalkers going to start turning on to the Vikings, and a few Vikings begin to go down, so we do get some kills already, which is neat. And then the Bio is going to show up into the bottom right, go straight after this Nexus, and try to find some extra damage. The Zealots are going to get KO'd, and this base is going to be saved, so we do save the bottom right. You know what it is? I do feel like I feel less doomed for Ryung in this game than I did when he was kind of in a similar scenario against Zoun. I think Zoun is just so freaking good at that late game situation and everything, and you just know that the game continuing to kind of go on and on kind of just favors him a little bit, because he is really good in these later scenarios. I think Ryung does have a bit more of a tendency to have a chance against NightMare in a later game, in comparison. And that just comes from the fact that I've seen NightMare not be as decisively kind of efficient and kind of kill-friendly as Zoun has been. He has to wait around a little bit more. He has to be a little bit more slowly sometimes. You know, these are the sort of things which I think I see NightMare kind of doing a lot, like in PvT, where he just doesn't quite have as much killer instinct and so on. So someone like Ryung will really benefit from that, being able to draw the game out and just kind of letting this go deep for a while. +3 engineering bay and +2 armor. So both the upgrades on the engineering bays continue to come through as well. Currently, it's going to be seen that Bio still flying. The couple Colossus getting chased away. Storm on the ramp, and it's going to keep a few of those Vikings at bay as well. So, seeing a bit more damage there. Now the rest of this army turning back up the top side, taking a few moments to reset. And yeah, Liberator Marauder still coming through. Just going to have ourselves the, again, extra upgrades, 3-2 and everything else coming online for the moment. We'll just drop another stem right there to stand his ground a little bit with this planetary fortress nearby at the moment, and just wants to try and keep this position held as best as possible. Storm coming through actually loses the prism, but he's still going to try and brute force this a little bit. I mean, NightMare is going to attack in. Ryung backed off quite a way, so NightMare probably gets away with it. He's going to try and finish the rocks on the right side at the same time, trying to multi-prong into the natural, and Ryung now has to peel away over there to deal with that as well. The planetary in the middle actually lived, by the way. NightMare left it alive. So he's actually going to leave that base alive, and a couple SCVs repairing it will make sure it doesn't go down. So these units on the right side then get abandoned. Don't get me wrong, Ryung's like attacking a base, but I wouldn't say he's having crazy success or anything. So I would say that this has been disastrous, honestly. If you are, yeah, it's pretty disastrous if you are NightMare. Like, you didn't take down the one thing that was almost a guarantee from this situation already. What an absolute disaster, all said and done. Not ideal, to say the least. Dark Shrine still building up. The +3 attack upgrade is coming online as well, so again, that +3 attack straight through. A couple of bits and pieces are going to come over. The orbital command has to lift off, peeling away already. A couple of Zealots going down, +3 ship weapons still very much so on the way over. The rest of the bio coming by as well, so again a lot of little bits and pieces setting up. Can Ryung take some larger fights? Has a good bank account. The resource lost in this game is very efficient for Ryung, 5.8 to about 10k, so he's been very efficient so far. It'll be interesting to see if that 5k difference sticks during these upcoming fights. Really see if Ryung can take some really good fights then in the near future is basically what I'm asking. Finding out as soon as the bio tries to step up. A couple storms coming down. The army getting hit hard. Nexus in some trouble. Nexus going down. +3 ship weapons, +1 vehicle plating coming through. The couple of ghosts and the libs all coming up. Add on the liberators as well. Continue to get that going also. More libs just going to siege. Those stalkers going to get caught. So we take a couple of moments. We do have ourselves these libs just continue to control that area. +3 ship weapons still coming through. The drilling claws, the libs, the vehicle plating. Again, a little bit of everything coming through right now. Wouldn't mind going to go off onto a few more of those zealots right there. So the zealots taking some more shots. Ryung's just super ahead in supply coming out of this. I think this is another example of just a fantastic trade from him. It's now, what, about 7,000 resources lost difference. So yeah. Give or take the few numbers at the end, it continues to just be efficiency from Ryung, and that's efficiency he was not finding against Zoun, for example. And so NightMare is struggling right now. He's hitting a little bit of a brick wall, and that the bricks are made of bio units. With the Liberator Sieges, Planetary Fortress is going to double up defense on that right side. I don't hate it because that's a very exposed area. That seems like the obvious swing around attacking position for the pros. You can see NightMare's right there as we speak. So double planetary in that location just gives you a little bit more leeway defensively as Ryung. Somewhere you can pull up to as well if you're playing the middle of the map, so it's not far to kind of fall back to also if you're kind of fighting elsewhere also. This is going to be seeing the Stalker's going to blink in over here looking for those Liberators and then trying to get the base after. Not sure we're going to get enough overall. Everything kind of survives this. We do not really lose too much as NightMare. This was a very kind of attack. It didn't do much, it didn't lose much. It was very whatever. It was very whatever. Just see the Viking Ghost continuing through. As you can see the Marauders coming by, the Tempest and the High Templar coming over, the Observers going to settle in as well. Just get that Nexus continuing to rumble. Again, 2, 4, 6, 7 bases total right now. Just going to see the Vikings going to be overhead. Just got to be careful with those. Don't want to give them up for no reason at all. Again, some additional Vikings still on the way through as well. So a lot of that coming into play. Just going to see the Bio coming over. A couple of Stalkers going to get jumped on as well. Continue with that back and forth here. And just going to be seeing those Marauders continue to shoot and fire and succeed. I mean, you're seeing Ryung being actually out on the map, actually being out here and active and successful. It's such a different vibe to what we were seeing him having to do in that series against Zoun, where Ryung freedom on the map just didn't exist, you know? That was just an absolute no-go in that previous series. Seeing them back-to-back is a very stark contrast, right? Because Zoun just looked so well-rounded. It looked like Ryung was never going to pierce through, never going to make a huge, difference, kind of make him play or whatever. And in this one, it's just Ryung is looking hopeful. NightMare can't actually break into any of those locations. Zoun successfully attacked into the defensive Terran so much, and right now, to me, that is the deal breaker that we're seeing, basically. Feedback's gonna hit a few of those ghosts, the army stepping away. So just gonna be seeing a couple starports coming through, Command Center Viking coming up, plus 2 ship plating coming online as well. Gonna step over, a couple more shots coming through. Again, the +2 air weapons and air armor are going to be in production alongside everything else as well. So all of that coming online, another storm into the center for a few moments. A couple of storms coming down there, and the Ghost going to have to stay back for the moment. A couple of those stalkers getting jumped on. And yeah, 2 more starports in production. Ryung is, realizing the need for the later game army. Rebuilding Vikings against the Tempest, trying to get new Liberators up because they're going to be a very powerful part of your force. Stepping through those storms, and he's not going to come out of those storms unscathed, especially if he runs through another one. Ryung, it's time to stop, surely, buddy. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's winning this fight, and he won that fight, but man, he took a lot of extra damage there, and I'm just scared. Like, a lot of these units are close to dying, and Ryung's rich, he's got money. But then you do lose these extra units, it just brings that supply a lot closer than it needed to be. And he just didn't need to chase. Like, he chased through that additional storm for, like, 1 extra High Templar kill. Like, it just wasn't really worthwhile at the end of the day. It just would have been nice to step back, don't get that extra High Templar. It really is whatever, it doesn't matter. Yeah, would have felt a little bit different for sure. Fire coming through. It's going to be seeing Stalkers is going to be coming about. It's going to be seeing the rest coming over. I see the Lib Marine Ghost coming through. Tempest coming by. I see the Vikings coming about. Bio just going to be there. Just going to step through. Going to be seeing the Nexus coming over and just going to be seeing a little shot or 2 going back over. They see the Tempest taken down. You will kill this base. I mean, that's been one of the challenges for the entirety of this game, basically, for NightMare, keeping some of these bases alive. And especially that one in the top left has been an issue. Rest of the units coming through. The scanner still coming down. Vikings coming up. +3 shields coming over. It's going to be seeing the Stalker Tempest coming by as well. Again, Viking missile turrets coming through, the Sense Tower coming across. You see the couple observers and that shielding coming by also, so just bringing that straight over. The observer taking a little bit of damage. The Army of NightMare pulling back further as well for the moment. Bio just going to be stepping over. Again, a bunch of additional Zealots coming through. And a couple CCs on the way up. The Vikings coming back around the left-hand side. We had 23 minutes in game again, man. Some long games today. As you are going to see the Vikings going to get after those Tempests. I mean, this has been an interesting fight already because the Stalkers got underneath. The Vikings really want to get rid of those Tempests, ideally. Stop the kind of the range of that army being as successful. The poke on the right side is not going to do much from NightMare. Yeah, position defensively is just too strong, I think, from Ryung. As long as there are some units to accompany there, should be fine. Ghost's going to take a bit more damage. Going to be seeing the Vikings going after the Observers. So there's only Vikings left here. The Ghosts are cloaked, though, and there's no detection, I believe. So, okay, there's the Observers showing up. So Ryung actually losing a little bit extra at the end. The main thing right now is Ryung has 5k, 2k, whereas NightMare has 1,000 minerals only banked. So there's a massive money difference in terms of what's available to rebuild from. And Ryung is maxed out again, and now he's building battle cruisers as well. I think Ryung's having a good time. So he's building battle cruisers. Meanwhile, NightMare is trying to scrape together anything and everything. One more storm coming down. SCV's falling. I mean, this top left base may fall. I do think it's a little bit of an issue, maybe. Where does Ryung go next base-wise? I mean, maybe he actually needed to push back over to the right side. Would have been ideal. Get over to the right, knock this base down and expand there. Might have been a cool option. But then he puts his bases in a more exposed position, and maybe that's what NightMare would need / want to capitalize on as well. It's a possibility for sure. 10 SCVs dead. It's already a bit of a statement thus far. PCs, the ghosts, the +3 vehicle plating all coming through. Medevac pulls back over to the side, just going to unload a few units back over in this direction. There is going to be a little bit of skirmish in the center. The Stalkers actually finding the chance to get forward, and a couple storms coming down as well. Why isn't NightMare producing? That's a fantastic question. He has 19 gates. I wonder if he's just... I don't know. I don't know if he's just like, he doesn't know what he wants. He puts all his gates to work there, jumps up a bunch of supply. I think he just... I think the answer is, honestly, he's trying to assess what he might actually need to build. And so he's just like, well, worst case, if I need units, I can warp in twice before a fight happens. You know, I have time to make that judgment call. Gonna be seeing the Vikings gonna be there. A little bit of EMP action coming down. High Templars are gonna get chased as Ryung is gonna get a good fight here. Obviously chasing the High Templars down. He's gonna teleport the BCs in somewhere too, so they're gonna be active, causing some trouble during this. I just heard the teleport sound. Where did they click to? Oh, did they teleport away? Sorry, I think they were harassing here and they teleported away, in fact. So my apologies. Wrong way around on what the BCs were getting done. As we just have a couple of units coming by. This next is taking damage. 22 probes dead so far. One more storm just coming down right on the edge of that army, trying to put in position. Even got Yamato cannon coming up, just the rep and refit, enabling the Yamato. Oh, BC still fighting. Planetary Fortress is taking some damage here. SCV is going to try and repair the BCs, and then they can pull back and repair the Planetary after. To be fair, that Planetary is almost mined out, so it's not the most important base to try and keep alive here realistically. Definitely more important locations to try and jump on if required. Marauder still coming up. Stalker Archon coming over. EMPs go down. Just going to be seeing the Archon coming about. Stalker's getting chased. Going to be seeing the Bio chasing that Archon as well. Another storm coming straight into play. Right away there. Stalker's trying to blink underneath the battlecruiser. Rest of those SCVs just get back to mining for a few moments, so we take a couple of seconds on that one. I mean, we're maxed out here as Ryung. He's actually out of gas, but he's building extra gas at the top left-hand side. That base is nice for him if he keeps it alive. And still kind of doing a nice job of... I mean, he's multi-pronging right now, and he's looking to deny the left side base of his opponent. So I think as soon as that happens as well, you're just in trouble again as NightMare. I think you continue to just remain in just problematic places right now. Like, you're just in a tough spot, realistically. Do you have the PCs getting some more shots off? Hey, we actually got on top of the BCs, but at the same time, we're coming down this ramp with everything else. EMPs are down. We're just, the storms being, you know, the storms are basically keeping them away from jumping on the rest of that army. Now the units coming from the other side too, apologies. So units from both sides. Ryung steps back, NightMare 100 supply. I think, again, just doesn't know what to build. He's like, whatever I build sucks, you know? Gonna jump onto the Planetary Fortress. It will go down. SCVs will go down. So we do deny this base. I mean, Ryung is mining less than NightMare in this moment because a lot of the base he has have mined out. He did kill this base right side. I think that's extremely important. He's pulling away with that army currently as these two are trying to balance which fight they pay the most attention to. Because obviously they're fighting on both sides. It's not easy to keep on top of that. We're going to go to the upper left-hand side. Marine Marauder still setting up. We have a little bit more settling down as well. Just going to see that Orb going to get in position. Stalker's going to get jumped on here. The Archons have some work to do. I'm surprised we didn't have any EMPs for those Archons. I thought we would have had a couple at least. I mean, Ryung kites backwards. The thing is, the moment these Archons go down, they're the only thing that these Marauders are taking ages to kill. Everything else goes down so quickly. The Stalkers are melting. And NightMare is going to say GG. Ryung actually wins this game on pretty low supply himself. He does get it done. A 2-0 for Ryung, just when we were saying he needs something to bring him into this tournament and to give him a shot to advance still. He's going to be 2-4. Pushes NightMare down to 2-2. It puts him in a good place. NightMare's Zoun right now becomes interesting because NightMare winning puts him always ahead of Ryung, and then Ryung is basically hoping for Percival and Cure to never get to 2 wins, which obviously seems very unlikely. It's going to be pretty wild over there. Alright, Zoun A, NightMare B, A, B, C. Let them know the vetoes, and we will be getting ready for some PvP to round out our day in just a few moments, guys. That'll be kicking off in just a couple. Enjoying the stream, hit the follow button, like and subscribe on the YouTube. Check out the Marvel Strike Force with the exclamation mark Marvel as well. Who actually did some marveling. Someone completed their daily objectives for 5 days in a row and hit level 35. That's crazy. Big Beefy on the level 2 as well as Mindforth on the level 2 as well. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, the level 5, the daily objectives for 5 days in a row is nuts. It's like, that alone is like a $15 support on the stream. And in the process of getting there, I think overall you add like another $15 or so. That's crazy support. Thank you so much for the generosity. And Mindforth hitting level 5 as well. Appreciate you. Thank you very, very much as we get some videos done. Yeah, for this PvP Celestial Enclave, the first video down, we get ready to rumble. So yeah, yeah, if you guys are playing the Marvel Strike Force, even if you complete the daily objectives 2 days in a row, it actually helps us out massively as well. So yeah, just play it. If you get sick of it at level 2, you realize you really don't want to try, that's fine as well. I'm not here to force you to play games. I'm just letting you guys know that if you want to play and support the stream while doing so, you can in fact do so. How wonderful. You thought I said Marble Strike Force? Yeah, that would have been cool, wouldn't it? When Marble sponsorship, man. When Marble sponsorship. Oh my god, someone vetoed Ruby Rock. Holy goodness, we got rid of one of the maps that just keeps getting used forever and ever and ever and ever. Crazy. Crazy. Alright, video's coming down. 10,000 feet. Winter Madness. Ruby Rock. Mothership. All coming through. So yeah, we'll just be a couple moments away, guys, from getting to this PvP. I'm sorry, ads did play during that last game as well, guys. We've just had a bunch of long games back-to-back, more or less, today, so the ads have been out of control a little bit. I'm hoping we maybe get a chance to start ads here before we go into this series, because otherwise, if this PvP is reasonably long, that could be a problem, perhaps, so something we're just watching on. What's up, Hargrave76, 22-month resub on the Prime. This stream is a great addition to my work from home Friday. Hell yeah, I love to hear it, mate. Thank you so much for priming us up. Super appreciate you. Thank you so much for using the Prime on the channel. Fighting the good fight. Fighting that subscribe account. It's really, the subscribe account really is dive. We streamed a lot last month, I know that, but like, I feel like we've been streaming a fair amount this month. Like, oh, I took a couple of days off, sure, but like, it's not like I've been like gone. Ay, crazy business. Crazy business. I think we are getting to a calmer period where we're not going to lose as many subs for the foreseeable future. But yeah, damn, the fight to stay above 500 is real, very real. Alright, White Rabbit is going to be map number 1. Had that picked pretty much, I think, every series today. White Rabbit is being played. Obviously, we're just playing with the same 4 players, so there's a little bit of leniency towards, like, well, maybe it's just the 4 players like that like this map. That plus this map's one of the more played maps that they've played on recently, and stuff like that probably kind of keeps us in that kind of idea of, like, maybe we've got room to work with on the map pool still, but it is worrying just how consistently the same maps are getting vetoed on day number 1 for us, day number 2 for the players. I do think that'll even out a little bit, but hopefully it's not too severe. Kaido Citadel will be map 2, so we'll see something different for the second game with this PvP. As we are missing Rex in the observer spot, and we are missing Zoun from joining the lobby. Old Republic will be map 3, so they are playing some different maps for this PvP, to be fair, so that is some good news. Bad news is PvP. Alright guys, we are going to be into this in just a couple moments, get this ready to roll out. Again, thank you for joining us so far today, appreciate you all. As, get this rolling. Let's do this, guys. Last map, or last series, sorry, of the day. Obviously, it can't be last map on game number 1. Unless somebody rage quits. We've not had a rage quit in a hot second, though, to be fair, so... yeah, alrighty. We're going to kick into this, guys. It is going to be White Rabbit, like I say, in a couple of moments. Just get this on the go. And we'll be off and away for map 1. NightMare versus Zoun. Let's do it. Let's jump into the PvP. In the bottom left-hand side, the blue Protoss player from Vitality is going to be Zoun, and he takes on the red Protoss in the top right from Streamer Zone. We have got NightMare. Alright, what are we thinking for some PvP then, guys? I'm actually not too sure what to expect from this one. I think it should be a good little bit of fun, though. Big game for these guys. They both want to get an extra win, because an extra win right now for either of these guys is huge. Because they're both on 2 wins, so by getting to 3 wins, you're guaranteed to finish ahead of Ryung, who's finished all of his matches in this group. So that's one player you can never drop behind in the group, and that pretty much secures you right at the top end of things, for now at least, or like a very good chance of playoffs if you win here. If you lose here, I'd say Zoun and NightMare still have a good chance of making playoffs, but it's obviously going to come down to still some more matches, whereas I feel like you nigh on probably your percentage chance of making playoffs if you win this probably goes from like, it probably goes to like 80% plus or something, you know? Probe nibbling at another probe, so a little bit of back and forth there initially. Some work being done. We are going to be seeing the Cyber Core and Gateway getting going. Cyber Core's coming through, the gate's coming up. And it is going to be one pylon in that bottom right side from NightMare. So trying to fake the idea that something may be getting proxied. Doesn't look like he's looking to truly use that. As we do have ourselves the 2 gateways going to activate on both sides. And we'll see Stalkers from both players. So 2 Stalkers from one guy, 2 Stalkers from the other. Nothing too crazy about that just yet. As we do have the Warp Gate coming online. And again, the pylon coming up as well. So all of that coming through. Probes going to pass each other by. And a couple of nibbles going down. Stalkers and the Warp Gate still coming by as well. Yeah, 2 more Stalkers and the Warp Gate just coming over. And we have ourselves the Robo from Zoun indicating that he's absolutely going to stick on one base for a little bit more than likely. And probably trying to apply some pressure unless he's going for a very safe expansion. The 3rd gateway would make this one of the safest expansions we've ever seen. And I get the feeling that that's not really going to be the plan overall. As you can see that Robo coming up, setting up, and away we go. A couple of the sentries coming through, then the Warp Gate coming by. A lot of that on the go currently. The Gateway Stalkers, the Warp Gate coming up for the moment. Nice high ground from NightMare. Going to get the first shot off there and going to net him a stalk. Twilight Council and Nexus is coming online as well, so just going to get that rolling. A few stalkers and the sentries gathered together for a few moments, so get that joined up. Going to turn around onto the rocks, and those rocks will go down. Probes dropping a little bit of something into place as well. Batteries building, observer building, probe bay. Guess what? It's building. The few sentries Guardian Shielding. I mean, Guardian Shield just in general is going to be a very useful addition here. Losing probes is the 2 adepts up in the main base, and that's an issue. It's going to take a long time to get rid of them, and those probes are still going to keep going down, so that's a big problem. Now the units at the front trading onto the batteries, draining some of that energy, but 7 workers killed. Really good stuff there. We are going to get some force fields down, as a lot of this does feel as though we should be able to stabilize from this point. More hits coming through, units going back and forth there, trying to decide what else is going on. Robo Bay is getting that first disruptor out, so like I say, we will have some disruptor support here soon to help us try and break through the front lines, but it's going to take a while for the disruptor to get across the map as well. Like, this is not a proxy robo, which is maybe then a bit surprising that we go for the disruptor follow-up, and maybe even just reveals just how desperate a scenario we're kind of heading into right now. We're having to build the robo bay and just walk the disruptor across the map. Like, don't get me wrong, it'll get here, it will help, just I'm not sure how much it's going to help at the end of the day. It's going to be seeing the disruptor about halfway done. The Stalker's going to try and step through. There's a disruptor shot, going to fire. Gets dodged from, so it doesn't really do much just yet, and that's the issue, right, is that you're putting so much reliance on that disruptor. If it just doesn't connect, then so what? Now you're up against Blink Stalkers, and NightMare is looking absolutely amazing here. He's going to get a bunch of these Stalkers killed as well in the attempted recall, so that is going to be that. And NightMare, I mean, at this point, you're 2 base to 1. If your opponent doesn't expand, you don't have to go do anything, but at the same time, you've got Blink, so it feels like you want to go and do something. Like I say, being up a base until your opponent expands, I guess the realistic scenario is you should just hang back, but I don't know what Zoun's really going to show up with that's going to give him any ability to kind of make anything happen right now, if I'm going to be honest. Honestly, I don't know if there is any ability to do anything in that kind of scenario. Disruptor shot, firing, nearly connecting to be fair, but the Stalkers do blink back, so they stay away from any disruptor damage for now. Army supplies are similar, but again, while one side does have the tech of the disruptors, I much prefer having the tech of the blink available, and it just feels like NightMare is going to get just efficient trade after efficient trade. That army supply advantage I don't think is going to stick around being even for very long at all. Going to die. The couple of disruptors still going to be right there. So going to see the one stalker going down. We continue to push through. Disruptors. Oh, does get a couple stalkers at least. I mean, that's where we're going to offset the numbers if we do it all. One Guardian Shield coming up as well. No Force Field might have been nice here as well, just to stop the Stalkers retreating and give yourself the chance to play catch-up when you're trying to fight them. See the Disruptors pulling back in the Prism. If we have a Blink forward, we could Blink onto this Disruptor and then Blink target the Prism next. Doesn't feel like he's got enough numbers to justify doing it, though. That Prism is super low HP. It feels like it's such an easy target to grab. But, again, you don't want to end up being baited. You don't want to bait it into jumping the Prism and then it all goes wrong from there. You lose the game because you made one very badly kind of, time blink. There we go. Now he's going to go for it. Gets rid of the Prism, gets rid of the Disruptors. Zoun was kind of just waiting for NightMare to make that move, to be honest. And that move does come through to give the 1-0 lead to NightMare. So NightMare looking to stop Zoun from his currently undefeated streak, as we'll get into game 2 here on Taito Citadel. Get this host up straight away, guys. Get this a moving and a rolling, and we will kick this off. Go already being called, but I haven't even got all the players in the right places yet. There's already. Now we can indeed go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Alright, let's do it, guys. Title Citadel, NightMare up 1, Zoun down a map. Into game 2, we'll see what our second game of PvP potentially gives us here. See if we see some more aggression, see if we see maybe an expansion apiece. Questions to be asked. So we're currently on the loading screen, as you can see. Expecting this to keep moving in a second. There it is. Top left-hand side is going to be a Blue Protoss player who will then be up the game in this series. It is NightMare. His opponent is Zoun in the bottom right side of the map. Alright, straight across we go with a little probe here from Zoun heading to the upper left-hand side initially. It's going to bounce, simulators coming through. I see the probe nibbling at the other probe, so again a little bit of damage being done. Gates coming up, Cybercore's coming in. Gates will continue to come by for the moment, so again get that all underway. And you've seen the pylons coming through, the Cybercore's halfway done already. Gates and the probes all producing by, and the pylons finishing shortly, and the probe into the main base to try and see what's going on. Probe chasing the other probe around, so again, a little bit of a pushback, nothing too wild. Thank you so much for the Marvel Spike Force engagement. I will check what it is while we have an early game going on. Gimmicked! Completed their daily objectives for 2 days in a row. You'll love to see it. Thank you so much. Thank you for daily objectiving. Say helps a bunch. Thank you so very much indeed. Couple of pylons coming through, the warp gate coming about. We do see the sentry nibbling away for the moment. The adept will take a shade. Just moving out for now. That sentry still poking at the pylon. And some damage dealt, and the adept continuing to come on through. Again, the couple of stalkers in the warp gate coming on in. Nexus and the couple of sentries building up as well. So just a lot of that coming through for the moment. And NightMare ... dots. What happened, NightMare? What did we do? Not sure. I missed it. Zoun clearly saw it too, though. Well, most importantly, this game we're seeing expansion versus expansion, so maybe a little bit more kind of implicated into a longer kind of state of the game. You have the robo facility coming about here as well from Zoun, so just going to get that straight on the go. Nexus coming up. Stalker and Sentry together. We'll chase the Adept away the other direction. Just going to push that. And we'll not get the kill, but as long as it's not near your base and diving into mineral lines, you're not too bothered about Adepts. There's one hidden pylon bottom left of the map from Zoun, but don't think he's looking to use it for anything too severe. The Robo is building from him versus the Twilight Council. So Twilight Council will come in on the side of NightMare. He will go straight to Blink, where Zoun will play the more defensive kind of Immortals, which obviously then do power up your army big time the deeper that you get in this game as well. So that's another little factor for us to think on as we continue through. Twilight Council building. Battery coming by, a couple of probies building up as well. And again, Observer and the Stalker coming online as we speak. Hallucinations just going to see each other. Obviously, no interaction there. Wouldn't it be funny if hallucinations could hurt each other? Like, hallucinations only do damage to other hallucinations. It's like, no, I'm the realest thing in this room. It's like, no, I want to be a real unit. And just have like a whole scrap about it. It'd be fun. I just think of like hallucinations shooting hallucinations and nothing happens, you know? Give it some fight. Give me, make some fireworks go off if a hallucination kills the other hallucination, man. These are the changes we need in StarCraft. Not balance, pure quality of life for my enjoyment. As Zoun. Yeah, he did have that pylon down there and the probe was sticking around. I didn't realize he had a Twilight Council down there as well, to be honest. But NightMare, yeah, scouts, sees the Dark Shrine, and obviously the Twilight Council being down there as well. Just awareness that is there is not ideal, and even cancelling the Dark Shrine feels a little bit rough right now, because that was obviously a key part of what you were planning to do. And now NightMare's going to have Blink, so he's going to have map control. You know where he's going to go. He's going to go to that Twilight Council. There's a very real, I think there's a, not never mind a very real chance, I think there's a 100% going to happen, a cancel on charge. So there's one adept going to keep you busy, and yeah, charge is going to get cancelled. The Stalker's on top of it already. Charge cancelled. Yeah, I mean, this is just absolutely horrific. So this is bad for Zoun. Down a game in this series, and now looking not so hot in this game number 2, because NightMare is off to a great start. Has the Blink Stalkers. His opponent going to have to rebuild the Twilights. He's going to be no upgrades on the gate units for a long time. I would imagine, if I had to make a guess, as you get charge here as NightMare, I think there's a very realistic chance that you can just send this. And when I say you can just send this, I truly mean you get charge and you just build units and you just go. Because your opponent is going to be severely missing things that you would typically want to have in these scenarios to help you out. They're just not going to be available here. As the Stalkers coming about, we're going to see that Observer still overhead. Temple Archives coming through, additional gates coming by. And we do just have our Stalker and Mortal Sentry moving around as well. The Temple Archives halfway currently from Zoun. I mean, that's a good call, because if NightMare just tries to kill you, having a couple of Archons may help against the Zealots that he's going to, absolutely flood the front lines with. So that would make a lot of sense. Plus one out of that charge, both coming through. The Stalkers coming around that left-hand side. Again, the gateways are coming about, the charge building. We have our Stalker Sentry going to move up this ramp already. A couple of probes at the front, going to try and get forward. It's just going to be walking into the natural at the moment. I mean, or the main base. Okay, what if we just walk into the main base when we force field? Okay, this is kind of hilarious, because yes, you kill the sentries, so he force fielded to catch the sentries, but in force fielding his opponent out, or in force fielding the sentries, he force fielded himself out as well. Obviously, if you let the sentries into the main base, you get force fielded kind of forever, but without charge, this is miserable. Like, the Zealots are warping into the front lines, trying to do their thing. They're just going to get kited by these Stalkers. You're forced to split because of the threat. You're already in the main, and the threat to jump down to the low ground is very terrifying. And NightMare probably does now have to leave over to the left-hand side. Force field trying to make it a bit more awkward, but he does just get out of there. So the Stalkers retreat backward. And where do we go from here? A couple more pylons on the way up. Probes and Immortal in production as well. Now we're just going to, we just have reinforcements just going to attack the front. You're 30 army supply ahead right now. Yeah, he's going to get rid of the pylon, cancel the warp in. It's being healed by the battery. Doesn't matter. It goes down anyway before the warp in. GG gets called. NightMare 2, Zoun 0. And just like that, my friends, we have got ourselves NightMare with another big win for himself. I think that does a lot for him. That's more exciting for us overall. Zoun has a bunch of games left to play. Against some tough opponents, to be fair. Zoun has to play like Cure, Solar, and Raynor. So like Zoun's position in this group is nowhere near safe. And I actually like it that he's not like safe already going up against those guys now. Feels like he's going to have to try and scrounge a win out from one of them at the very, very least. So yeah, I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Alrighty, guys. So we are going to be wrapping it up for the day. Like I say, that was our last match of the day. Mayhem, thank you so much for the tier 3 resub for 83 months. I appreciate you. Thank you so very much. How am I doing? I'm doing great. Fun little day of StarCraft 2. 4 hours for the 6 best of 3s I'm always happy about, actually. So I'm very, very happy that one of our short days of the Korean Royale still turned out to be a banger. Thank you so much for watching, guys. Again, a few things to mention. So first of all, on the YouTube channel right now, you can ! Anno in the Twitch chat to get a link to this. But basically, if you head on over to our YouTube channel right now, you will find out that we have got a sponsored video up for Anno 117 Pax Romana. It would mean the absolute world to me, guys, if you took a chance to jump on, check it out, give it a click, give it a like, and all of that goodness. It is sponsored. We're not sponsored to promote it on Twitch, but it's very rare we get YouTube sponsorships, and it's nice if it does well, or better than it's doing right now. The better it does, the better, because if we get more YouTube sponsorships, it allows us to do more money into StarCraft 2 events in the future. So being able to make the YouTube sponsorships works is important, and that's why I actually am promoting it on the Twitch, even though we're not paid to promote it on the Twitch necessarily. Obviously as well, if you want to support the stream freely, do consider downloading Marvel Strike Force. We've got a few days left to do that, so download, play. The more you play, the more you level. The rest is that it is going to help. If you watch it many times, is that better for me? I've got no idea, honestly. Like, does you watching it multiple times make number go up? If number go up, probably good. To be honest. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe YouTube will like that. Don't go out of your way, though. Like, I mean, I'm asking for some help, but I don't want you guys to be like, repeat, and sit there all day watching this video. That's a bit silly. But if you turn it on and watch it once, or you leave it on while you step away a bit, it helps. You don't think it counts as a separate view? Yeah, I don't know how it works on YouTube. I think sometimes it does. It depends on how much of it you watch. Yeah, there's probably some parameters. Yeah, don't feel like you have to go out of your way, but if you hop on over and give it a like and give it a watch, check it out. There is a link to buy as well if you do think you might enjoy the game. Obviously, like I say, Marvel Strike Force, install, play. Everything you do that shows up on the screen over here helps support the stream monetarily. Everything counts towards money. So installing counts towards the money towards the sponsorship. Level 2, level 5. Completing the daily objectives 2 days in a row. Completing the daily objectives 5 days in a row, etc, etc. The more you play, the more value it is to me. So check out Marvel Strike Force if you want a free way to support the stream as well. !Marvel in the Twitch chat for that one, or use that QR code on your phone to get the download link. Finally, all the usual stuff. Subscribe, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to be off tomorrow, though, guys. So that's sad, but I'll be back on Sunday with Group B of the Korean Royale. On Sunday, we are going to have Creator versus Shin, Shin versus Rogue, Creator versus Rogue, Bjorn versus Shin, Creator versus Bjorn, and Bjorn versus Rogue. So we're going to have, we're going to have some action on Sunday. I'm looking forward to that. I think it's gonna be nice. Taking a day off. I know, two days in 1 week as well. It's crazy. Do I get money if we buy through the link? I don't get paid if you buy through the link, but obviously it does look good for the sponsorship if you buy through the link. So make of that what you will. I'm not gonna say buy through the link if you want to buy it somewhere else for some other reason. I'm pretty sure I don't get paid for you buying through the link, but like I say, it looks good for me if you buy it through the link, in which case we probably get more sponsors in the future. You know, it's one of the things they look at when they... So, like, indirectly, yes, I suppose. Like, am I going to get, €5 because you bought it from me? No. But if a few people buy it, these guys are probably going to reach out and do more sponsors in the future, in which case we get another sponsorship deal, you know? So, I'm pretty sure that's why we're doing Anno this time around, because we did pretty well on the Twitch last time, so... Buying it anyways, just going to buy it through the link, hope it helps. Yeah, like, absolutely, it helps. Like I say, it may not be, like, direct money right now, but it definitely helps make it look good for the stream, you know? The stream looks good because of it, or the sponsorship looks good because of it, and that's a big plus. They like that. That helps us. It helps us do more StarCraft. Bugster 2. Thank you so much for the membership on the YouTube. Appreciate that as well. Another way to support. Thank you very much. Guys, I'm going to run some ads on the outro as per usual. Nothing too crazy. There will be a fresh YouTube video up on the channel in a couple of hours as well. If you're looking for a VOD, today's YouTube upload is going to be, drumroll please, Bjorn versus Max Pax. It's over an hour long, so it's probably a banger. If I remember correctly, it was a banger. I think it's a good series. So if you want to sink your teeth into some StarCraft 2, that will be available in about a couple of hours or so. And, yeah, I will see you guys... When will I see you guys? I'll see you guys on Sunday for Korean Royale. Thanks so much for watching. Have a great rest of your day. Take care of yourselves. And I'll see you guys on Sunday for more Korean Royale action. Take care of yourselves. Bye-bye. Bye-bye-bye.